co-founder Finovista. Finovista is the MECS in-country partner. Welcome all to the third edition of Modern Energy Cooking Forum 2024. The event is organized by Modern Energy Cooking Services Program, which is a UK-aid FCDO-funded global research program led by Loughborough University, UK. The program is the forefront of advancing the global transition to clean cooking by integrating modern energy cooking solutions into national energy frameworks, and with India positioned as a manufacturing hub for clean cooking solutions. Today's forum is dedicated to driving India's shift to clean, efficient, and sustainable cooking through partnerships, innovation, and collaboration. Clean cooking stands at the heart of India's energy transition, with notable progress which has been made in the last couple of years. However, we still see 35% of India's population still relying on polluting fuels for cooking. To tackle these challenges, there have been a number of government policies and initiatives. To name a few, Go Electric program campaign by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, PM's Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, and the National Efficient Cooking Program by EESL. And these are making significant strides. Moreover, there has been the recent inclusion of RE-based cooking in Article 6.4, which is a testament to government's commitment to sustainable, cleaner cooking alternatives. I'm very grateful on the behalf of MECS program to all our partners for supporting us to organize this Modern Energy Cooking Forum, the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government to India, International Solar Alliance, the Global Electric Cooking Coalition, GECO, and Energy Efficiency Services Limited. I would also like to say my word of thanks in terms of support that we've received as outreach partners from SIAMA and CMAI for their valuable contribution. A special thank goes out to all the delegates and the manufacturers who've shared our enthusiasm. I'm very happy to share that we've supported a lot of clean cooking manufacturers and entrepreneurs through various initiatives. We'll be taking them throughout the day and the session, and some of them are exhibiting today. I would really encourage you to please visit their stalls and look at their technologies. And we are going to be, for the first time also, we've arranged a research session, which is going to be a parallel session in the second half of the day today. And it's going to be highlighting a curation of researchers that we've seen in India, and we have our team from GIZ Bangladesh also, who's going to be talking about their research initiatives. So with this background, I would now request our esteemed dignitaries in the inaugural panel to join me in the lamp lighting to start this occasion on an auspicious note. And then please be seated on the dais. So for that, I would request Professor Matthew Leach, Professor of Energy and Environment Systems MECS program, and lead for Clean Energy Finance and Data Analysis. I would request Ms. Archana Chauhan, Head of Energy Sector Reforms, British High Commission. I would request Abhishek Kumar Gupta, Head International Strategy, EESL. I would request Dr. Ajay Mathur ji, Director General, International Solar Alliance. I would request Mr. Milind ji, Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Thank you.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा Dr. Nick Russo to present the bouquet to Dr. Ajay Mathur, DG International Solar Alliance. Mr. Vimal Kumar to present to Mr. Milind Deore, Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Dr. Nick Russo to present to Ms. Archana Chauhan, Head Energy Sector Reforms, British High Commission. Ms. Heetal Rastogi to present to Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Head International Strategy, Project Evaluation and Assessment, EESL. Ms. Heetal Rastogi to present to Professor Matthew Leach. Thank you.
I would request Professor Matthew Leach to start the inaugural proceedings.
Lead for MECS for work around analysis and modelling, and as you'll also hear from me a little bit later on, around carbon markets. And on behalf of the Modern Energy Cooking Services Programme and Finovista, our lead in India, I'm delighted to open this 2024 MEC Forum and to welcome this very large group of leading thinkers and actors across the clean cooking and energy space in India and beyond. So I was lucky enough to be invited to the very first gathering of this sort, which was not technically the MEC Forum in India, but it was the launch of the MECS India activity. And as a photograph from that time shows, the room was not quite so large, the room was not quite so full, and you can just see within a very short space of time that the interest in the activity in this space has grown so strongly, and what a big significant topic clean cooking has become within India as well as internationally. And within the large audience present today, we've got more than 20 countries represented, and coming up on the platform here and in the research forum, we've got more than 10 of those countries represented, learning from their experience. And as you've heard, we've got around 18 exhibitors showing technologies and business models from across the range of all of the modern cooking types. So I'd just like to say we'd like to acknowledge your continued support and dedication to clean cooking, and thank you for devoting your time to the forum today with a full day of vital, important activities. And thanks in particular to the members present on the dais with me today for this session, representing and lead of key vital organisations in this space. So I'm not going to spend long on this. I think we all know the challenges, the context and the challenges around traditional cooking, burning solid or liquid polluting fuels. And the purpose of the slide is just to remind us of the wide range of impacts that comes from use of polluting fuels, whether through impacts on individuals within households, through health, from indoor air pollution, the impacts of time and in particular gender of many women and young children spending their time gathering fuels, whether the economic impacts across households but also wider society, and all the range of environmental impacts, both local and global. While these may be impacts, there are also opportunities, as if we can transition away from use of traditional fuels to modern fuels that can really bring a step change in the performance across this range. We've got a great opportunity for households and economies. So very briefly, what is the Modern Energy Cooking Services Programme? Well, we're funded by FCDO as an 8-year programme, largely around research and innovation. It's a collaboration with ESMAP within the World Bank, and we have a number of country partnerships, and the India partnership is one of the most important within those. We've got a number of thematic work streams, and you'll hear bits about that, whether it's carbon, whether it's technologies, over the course of the day. And it's very largely around innovation. In the center of the slide, for us, it's all about this transition from traditional to forms of modern energy cooking. So we're not looking within our program at incremental improvements in the efficiency of traditional cooking. We're about transitions to new and modern fuels. But that's modern fuels across the piece. So electric is there, but so are liquid fuels, so are gaseous fuels, whether that's bioethanol, biogas, maybe even in the future, bio-LPG. But we do believe there's a very important role for electricity in cooking in most countries, reflecting the convenience of electricity as well as its crucial role in the necessity in the long term for a net zero future globally. But electric cooking must always, I believe, be part of locally appropriate mixes of fuels and technologies. And in practice, we know that households will be stacking different sources of fuel and different kinds of cooking. And we hope eventually to move towards a clean stack, which might be multiple electric devices, or it might be electricity combined with renewable liquid or gaseous fuels. But a major focus for us then on electric is about integrating the attention to cooking on the left-hand side of this bubble diagram with the existing and very deep activities around electricity access. And the middle space, the middle of that Venn diagram, is then the opportunity for electric cooking, which can contribute both to development needs for cooking, but also part of the electricity access piece. And within electricity access and within clean cooking with electricity, we're interested in on-grid, in off-grid, and in the middle around the role of mini-grids. At its heart, what we're seeking to produce from this program is a set of market-ready innovations in technologies and business models which can lead to improved choices and opportunities for affordable and reliable modern energy cooking for households and also for institutions and other forms of users. So at its heart, what we're seeking to do is to change the narrative around clean cooking from the traditional narrative, which was around incremental improvements in use of traditional fuels, to something about a big transition to modern. And that global narrative change is something I believe we've had considerable success in, and the list of initiatives and organizations with which we're partnering, new and deepening partnerships, I think highlights the considerable success already, because we're pushing on an open door. It's not just our idea, everybody is very much in tune with this idea, and it's about bringing people together. A very particular key moment for us was on the main stage at COP28, illustrated by the photograph, with the launch of the Global Electric Cooking Coalition, known as GECCO. And just a few words on the role of GECCO. So, the Global Electric Cooking Alliance is a collaboration which is seeking to scale up access to electric cooking across the world, in countries but globally. Its main aim is to really have a mass transition by 2030, which means in at least 10 countries, where we'll see at least a 10% uptake of electric cooking by households and institutions, whether that's in Africa, in Asia, or in Latin America. And GECCO is not a membership organization, we're a movement. And what that means is it's open to everybody. There's no membership fees. It's a coalition of like-minded people and organizations. There are 4 anchor partners who are the founding partners, which are highlighted in red, including ourselves and 3 of the leading development-related organizations. We've got many, many members now who've come into the coalition, and the ones shown on screen are part of the engagement group, which is the members who are already deeply engaged in real activities delivering change. And there are many other members who we hope will move into that engagement group. We already have a number of Indian institutions in membership or coming into membership, and I would encourage all of your organizations to consider joining GECCO in future. In terms of how Gecko is operating, it's about providing integration of knowledge and activity to give guidance and leadership and sometimes funding. Within countries, we're looking at, excuse me, I'm sorry, the space up here is quite tight. We're looking at delivering readiness assessments, market activation, and policy support. One of the key things is to ensure that e-cooking is anchored within major initiatives from the very beginning and is not just an afterthought or a bolt-on. And we're working with partners to support the realization of the COP28 ambitions around clean cooking. And we've got implementation projects with members and partner organizations and governments in many countries already. Just a few words on the MECS approach. So not Gecko now, but back to the MECS approach to change towards modern cooking. Well, we recognize that cooking is a very complex system. And we've approached that by thinking of it as a jigsaw puzzle of pieces. And all of those pieces need to be in place to achieve a scaled uptake of modern cooking. And we try to simplify a little bit by thinking about these three domains within this jigsaw of the enabling policy environment, consumer awareness and engagement, and the supply chain to deliver on products and services. And you'll hear a little bit from Nick Russo and from Vimal about some of these pieces within some of these domains for India in their presentation in the following session. And just an illustration and a few examples of MECS's approach and particular activities. So as I said, we've got activities across grid, mini-grid, and off-grid contexts. We've got projects implemented already in 19 different countries, of course, including India, through, for example, challenge funds, which are focused on improving supply chain delivery, and mini-grid business models. Just a couple of quick examples. We're supporting national clean and electric cooking strategy development in a number of countries. Kenya already delivered, Zambia in progress, for example. We're helping stimulate demand for electricity, working with national utilities in a number of countries, working the African Development Bank, for example, in their last mile electrification program, and working with mini-grid developers through our Cosmo Challenge Fund. In standards, we're working on appliances and electricity networks in a number of countries. We're working on tariff design for electricity to support electric cooking, again, in several countries. And in carbon credit methodologies, about which we'll have a panel later on this morning, we've developed a new methodology with gold standard around metered and measured cooking. But overall, our key roles are to share the experience from one place to another to see what can be learnt, and to help research, design, and deliver solutions that suit specific contexts. There's no one size fits all. And just my last slide is just to pick out one of those areas of work on off-grid standalone systems, largely using electricity. And that's an area where we recognize that India has already moved very strongly. You've made great strides already in solar electric cooking, for example, with the Surya Natan stove illustrated here. The MECS program has supported a number of initiatives in other places. So top right, for example, work in Malawi, where they're working with direct current electric pressure cookers on solar, with real two innovations, one in technologies around using very long-lived lithium titanate batteries, and the other innovation business model that the solar panels are shared between cooking and, as the illustration shows, shared with irrigation as well to maximize their value. And bottom left, work with Cal Poly in the US on phase change energy storage materials. And finally, in the middle, we've supported the formation of SOLCO, the Solar Electric Cooking Partnership, for displacement contexts. And I'm not sure how engaged India is with that, but I would encourage relevant people to consider SOLCO as another organizing activity. And the final reason for putting up this slide and focusing on the off-grid solar piece is I really want to promote to anybody who's not yet aware of it that there is an open call for proposals to a challenge fund within the MECS program that we call STARS, Standalone or Rooftop Solar Systems, including e-cooking. And this is an innovation challenge fund both for technologies and for business models. And there are relatively modest amounts of money to be competed for projects to be delivered over the next year or so. And there is 1 week to 10 days left on the call, so please consider getting your application in there. So, some thanks. Thank you all for coming to the MEC Forum, and I hope you get a lot out of the day. And thanks for allowing me to have a few words at the opening and to introduce MECS to you and share a little about MECS activities. But I look forward for the day to be focused much more on India's priorities and opportunities. If we can share some international experience, all to the good. But there's so much experience in the room already for your own context that I'm sure that's where the focus will be. So thank you all very much. A few words about that Indian context.
So good morning all, my name is Vimal Kumar, I'm leading the MECS program in India. So MECS program, we talk about modern energy cooking, and we already heard from the Matt. I will not take too much time because we are going to have the detailed presentation. One thing we like to highlight that why we should move to the newer form of energy. Traditionally, we are cooking from the flame-based cooking, which is gas, biomass, firewood, etc. Right now, we are talking about moving to the electron-based cooking, where the flame is not going to be seen. And this is the complete challenge start coming in. In another energy-efficient devices, we have to just switch on or switch off the machines, which is perfectly fine. If my room is getting cooled, I don't mind how and what the technology is. But cooking is a very, very behavior-driven aspects. So where the challenges start coming in. And then the person who is cooking is ready to adapt new system, because normally cooking happens is a very high pressure job for the person who's doing the cooking, preparing the meal for the office goer people, for the kids, etc. So that 1 or 2 hours is a very, very high pressure. So how we can actually smoothen, how provide convenience and yet energy efficient. So with this background, if you'll see globally and what is happening in India we have around 450 gigawatts of installed capacity. So which means we have already sufficient installed capacity in electricity. Many a time we say government of India has already committed for 50% greening the grid. So the electric cooking is also not going to be pure dirty, it is going to be the mix of that. So, and then third, current installed capacity is around 450. Government of India is targeting to go for around 800 gigawatts as per the CEA. So by 2030, and out of which 500 gigawatts is going to come from the renewable sources. So these are the landscape, and if you see globally that highest per capita electricity consumption is by the Europe, which they have 12,000 kilowatt, but in India it is just 1200. So this is when we are talking about becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, which means that our energy consumption or electricity consumption has to go really very high. So it is a good opportunity that the electric cooking scenario is going to go up. We have to keep this energy efficiency in mind, and that's why the electricity has the best potential for a lot of innovations to bring the efficiency, bring the performance together. So these are the backgrounds, and we always say that we need to bet. So bet means what? A technology adaptation require B for behavior, E for economics, and T for technology. All three need to solve simultaneously to adapt this electric cooking. So thank you all, and thank you dignitaries. Yeah.
Thank you, Vimal. I'd now like to invite Abhishek from EESL to share remarks.
Thank you. Very good morning to one. Thank you, MECS, for giving me an opportunity to share DAS with Dr. Mathur, whom we have been admiring since my college days. He's my college senior from IIT Roorkee itself. Uh, I'll come to what EESL does and how EESL does. As you know that EESL has been an organization which is uh, believing in actual implementation on ground. And cooking is going to be the next big thing amongst the three important initiatives what EESL is trying to pitch in. The other two are definitely the cooling and solar. So we are working on CCS model, you can say. As far as cooking is concerned, we have been trying to work in this particular space since last 1.5 years. And what we could gather that it is not only the initial capital expenditure, which is important deterrent in adoption of clean energy based cooking solutions, rather the operational cost is also an important role to play here. To address these two different aspects, we thought let's try to have the pyramid of the society where it requires the maximum amount of intervention per se, as far as capex reduction as well as OPEX reduction to go for clean cooking. So we went ahead and developed a model for off-grid solution, which is solar induction cook stove. We are doing a pilot actually in UP and Jharkhand as of now. And we could find the actual challenge is lying in reducing the storage cost of the electricity. So we have been trying to work with different kind of solution providers so that the optimal cost of initial equipment can be reduced to the maximum. We have been talking to battery technology providers as well. In fact, we were talking to IOC also for their Suryanutan solution, which looks to be quite good solution if it is in hybrid mode, and then you can reduce the cost to a greater extent by having an additional feature of getting it powered by grid electricity. As far as this off-grid solar induction cook stove, what we thought that probably this is something which can cater to the requirement of the last mile, where the electricity itself is a challenge, that too a reliable one, which is a prerequisite for going for the right kind of adoption by the masses as far as social as well as economic factors are concerned. Another thing which looks to be a very important factor here for us is the adoption of the induction with the kind of curve which Indian utensils are having. So far, this has been a challenge as far as stability of the utensil, what is being placed on the induction is concerned. We are yet to find the right solution, and that's why I'm actually here to understand can there be a solution around it which helps Indian utensils to be firmly placed for seamless cooking and risk-free cooking as well. Why am I calling risk-free? Because it has to be dealt in the most sophisticated fashion to cater to the last mile of the society. Then we thought that can we have something which can be readily replicable across the societies? And since we are working under PM Surgar scheme as well, we are providing one specific solution to solve the issue of PM Surgar, which is about the quality and availability as well as the price of the module and inverters. So we are making mega scale procurement, 2 gigawatt each of modules and inverters, which will help lot of issues related to all these three aspects for the society at large. And we are thinking of clubbing this PM Surgar offering of modules and inverters with induction, which we are anyway doing at this stage. So this, we think, as ESL's role of doing the things on ground can be accomplished to a certain extent, because we'll be giving a unified solution which would be not only covering on the generation side, rather on the consumption side as well. As far as MECS association with ESL is concerned, yes, we are talking about and doing something about the electric cooker also, which is another important solution. We find that this solution has got huge efficiency advantage over the conventional cooking. But the problem is still on the adoption by the masses. That's where we are still finding that some more in-depth analysis is to be done and understood the actual requirement and tune the solution accordingly. We are still in the middle of the thing to understand the right way of putting it to the market. But as far as solarization and e-cooking clubbing together is very much on the cards, and I think we should be well in the market within the next couple of months or so. As far as off-grid solar is concerned, the cost element is something which we are still looking for specific partners who can help us reduce the cost to a greater extent, as well as get some money from the carbon credit as well. So we are working on with certain consultants on that. Let us see how can we reduce to make it much more viable. As Dr. Mathur was telling, that somebody was asking about putting the manufacturing facilities in Africa region. So he said very clearly that you need to actually reduce the cost or get it funded by someone. This is something which is important, because the kind of impact clean cooking is going to make on the SDG goals of every nation per se is huge. So probably some specific effort is to be made in terms of getting the right kind of money which can be channelized to this aspect of intervention, because it is going to cater to so many factors, right from health, water, sanitation and all, and naturally education, and so many other aspects. So we are looking for more association in these three specific areas and look forward to that. Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very exciting to hear about the pilots going on and the opportunities coming through. So really looking forward to more collaboration. I'd like to now turn over to my colleague on the right, to Archana, to talk about the British High Commission's interest in this area. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. First of all, good morning, everyone, and respective dignitaries on the stage. Dr. Mathur, the most respected person here. And it's my great privilege to be here today on behalf of British High Commission and the UK government to actually represent the government here and to be at the Modern Energy Cooking Forum, so which is actually a very crucial topic. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks for actually inviting and address such a crucial issue. So basically, when it comes to clean cooking, it's just not a matter of convenience. It is essential for health, environmental sustainability, and as well as the economic empowerment. So every year, millions of lives are affected by the harmful air pollution, and considering a country like India, we already have issues of air pollutions which we are dealing with. And this burden basically of this air pollution as well as cooking from the traditional methods is being catered by the women and girls that are actually restricting their opportunities even for the education and as well as the economic participation. I think Matthew has already discussed about the MECS program, so I would not go further on that. It's literally playing a pivotal role in accelerating the transition of modern and clean cooking technologies by providing innovations and as well as sustainable solutions to address both health and environmental challenge, which actually will deliver some net zero goals, which Abhishek ji also mentioned here. So we've been working more than 19 countries, and obviously India also having an association with. As far as FCDO program is concerned, so we have this UK-India bilateral Aspire program, which we work very closely with Ministry of Power and Ministry of New and Renewable Energies. So under that, we had taken initiative on clean cooking solutions by even supporting EESL for their solar-based induction cooking solution. I think that time the cooking scheme was launched by ex-power minister, and sadly that didn't fly much, but yeah, we had been supporting them. And I mean, he's right that we have to come up with a solution which is most cost effective, and somebody has to pay the burden of that initial incentives, and maybe that cost competitive analysis has to be taken care. So on that, we have been supporting Government of Kerala along with EESL to just do a pilot of around 100 cook stoves. So we have given those 100 cook stoves to the households to analyze like how cost benefit analysis could be taken care and how it is effective. And I mean, we are providing awareness to the even households that how it is important and it could be efficient as well. We've been also developing methodology for estimating the carbon credit, which is actually important. If we link clean cooking to the carbon credits, and that could become a financially viable model. And we've been also doing trainings and capacity building. Actually, one thing which strikes to me is like it is important to actually have capacity building and a training program to make people aware that how could clean cooking be important and how it can help in like major factors. So, I mean, on that note, together we can make clean cooking a global reality, improving health outcomes, reducing emissions, and empowering communities. So I look forward for today's discussion, and maybe some innovative ideas and some business and financial models can come up and we can work together. And I mean, we are glad to collaborate with Government of India, and in our future program also, we want to really work on clean cooking. Yeah, thank you.
Archana, thank you so much. It's always nice to hear somebody else talking about one's program, but also to hear the much wider program that the UK government is involved in. So thank you for that. I'd like to now hand over to Dr. Mathur to talk from ISA. Please share your comments with us.
Matthew, my friend Milind, Archana, Abhishek, a friend of many years. Vimal, I'm absolutely delighted at the introduction that you gave of the electric cooking program. And all the people here, there are many, many people I see who have been friends for many years. I've had the honor of knowing you probably too long, but also new friends. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. And I thank Finovista and the Modern Energy Cooking Systems for inviting me. Matthew provided us with a great introduction as to why we have to move towards modern energy cooking systems, and particularly electric cooking systems. I therefore will not go into details of why this is environmentally needed and so on. Consider that covered. But what I would like to point you is that when I was in an earlier life in Terry, my colleague who's here, Debajit Palit, who is now a professor at the NTPC School of Business, we were discussing why the LPG cooking program has not been as popular as we thought it would be. And what Debajit pointed out was that there are many, many, many people, and then we calculated it is between 10 and 30% of the people in every state in India, in every district in India, who don't have the economic wherewithal to pay either for electricity or for gas. This essentially means we are looking for a zero or near zero operational cost device. This has influenced my thinking greatly, because what these people then do is that they obviously focus on collected biomass, which has got a zero cost. And unless we can provide something which is equivalent, we won't go ahead. Last year and this year, we carried out a competition to identify solar startups, last year in Africa and this year in the Asia Pacific region. And in both the regions, the startups that we found included those who were looking at solar cooking. One of them is here with you. But the key point that I want to make is that they both, the ones that were identified, as far as solar cooking is concerned, they were looking at very different solutions. And I'd like to spend a minute on why it is important simultaneously to look at different solutions. Milind will remember when we were in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we looked at when we were introducing the labeling program, there are some people for whom efficiency is very important. There are other people for whom the first cost is more important. And hence, we were looking at a range of devices. As somebody said, I mean, please remember this, in a sense, tells the age of the program. As somebody said, this is like the top of the cell phone, where you are focusing on its features, on its desirability. And there's the other end where you're only focusing on the capital cost. I think there was something called Nokia 1500 or Nokia 1800, which used to cost 1500 rupees, and that's it. You need to focus on both. What we learned in the cooking business is that obviously we are looking at people who have one pot cooking, who are not going to change their pots. They don't have the money. You're also looking at people like me, who are looking at how on earth do I change. You're also looking at cooking for schools, institutional cooking. We need solutions for all of them. Let me give you a personal example. A few years ago, I actually decided to set up a kitchen in our farm room. Because before that, we used to cook our meals on on collected biomass in a regular traditional chulha. Now, when I looked at it, what did I end up buying? I ended up getting an LPG connection. And then I wondered why. It's not as if I'm not aware. I know. Why did I choose LPG? And the reason struck me in the face. Convenience. It was very easy to get an LPG connection. All I had to do was to go to the local LPG dealer, put my name, and by the time I got back to our farm room, they were already there with the LPG stove. In the village that I belonged to, or even in the small town, which is 3 kilometers from where I was, where the LPG dealer was, there was no supply of electric cookers. In any case, in that farm room, we did not have any utensils which could utilize induction cooking. That led to the conclusion that we therefore need very different kinds of solutions for me and for the people who live in the village which is right next door to my farm room. Therefore, as I look at the exhibition that you have here of the various devices, I look at various sections of the market. You will need a different program for people like me. Abhishek's program works absolutely beautifully. It'll be great if you can provide me and give me the option, as you have with various people, do a back end with a bank. And what he can do is, here are 3 things that you can use. I would be willing to go with an induction, and I would be willing to change my utensils so that they work on the induction. But for rural programs, I am looking at a standalone system. So I'm looking at a solar panel, I'm looking at a battery, and I'm looking at a resistance-based system, or not an induction-based system at least. I was absolutely delighted when our startup competition yielded such a product. It's a single stove system which has a battery, which can be connected to a solar panel, or you can charge it through the mains. And with the solar panel, the price is what? 5,000 rupees or something of that sort. I appeal to each one of you to test these out. Your testing has to be based on 4 parameters. The effectiveness of cooking, or how do people accept this? That's number 1. Number 2, what are the costs, both operating costs and capital costs, and what is the potential for them to go down? Third, what is the life of the product? If something is wonderful but it lasts a year, we are looking for longer life. And fourth, what is the acceptance by users? This is important because we have seen cook stove programs fall by the wayside because they were not accepted by users. And awareness has nothing to do with it. It is convenience in how you use it. As these programs go ahead, as these results come in, we can then make a case on what are the strategies that we need, what are the strategies that we need for the richer part of the population. What will it need to take people like me? Thankfully, I am now on an electric stove, but what will it take for my neighbor to move to an electric stove? And at the same time, what would be the public policy program that can help provide an electric cook stove into a rural home, possibly by making sure that the operating cost is 0 or near 0, and that the capital cost is subsidized by 80 to 90%. Some cost is always important. If the rural household puts in, they've got that much more availability. They've got that much more ownership of the product. It is great that the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has put forward the labeling program for electric stoves. This is absolutely important because what it does is it allows you to do a cost efficiency matrix. It allows you to judge what sections of populations buy what kinds of electric products. It helps us in fine-tuning both technology on the one hand, the business models on the second hand, and if I had a third hand, I would say it helps in policy. I therefore repeat my request to all of you to focus on testing out at scale these various models that are available in the market, and to see how is it that we can move ahead to a future in which every home in the country, or rather, let me say, as I say, every home in all our member countries is focused on electric cooking and hopefully, from my point of view, on solar home cooking. I thank you for your attention.
What an impressive array of talent and experience we have on the top table today. Thank you so much for that. One great insight I take from that is that as we all talk about scaling is the word for electric cooking and for clean cooking of the year. It's not about having the right technology, or certainly not about having one right technology, but it's having the right technology for segments that suits people's aspirations and needs. And I think there's an awful lot there that we need to take note of and that we need to go on unpacking. So to conclude this panel, I'd like to invite Milind from BE to share his thoughts with us and also to give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Respected Dr. Ajay Mathur sir and my professional guru. Today what I'm here is only because of him only. So generally in our Indian culture we say that Guru is the person who connects with you to the God. So he is my professional Guru and he connected me with my profession. So sir, thank you so much. And I'm feeling so much honored. Today I'm sharing a dais with him. Means it's a very golden opportunity for me to sharing a dais with him. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, you already, you are a very passionate way. You simplified the subject and in a very effective manner you explain it, why this subject and how it is to be implemented. You are being pioneered in scheme like Perform, Achieve, Trade Scheme, Ujala program. So these are all national, or I can say even the international level program which are being successful with the guidance of Dr. Ajay Mathur, sir. So moving towards the subject, other dignitaries on the dais, Ms. Archana, Abhishek, Vimal Kumar ji, Professor Matthew. I am very honored for this program as an inviting, because BE is being promoting energy transition in all the sectors. Right now, you all are aware that the Energy Conservation Act has been amended by Government of India in December 2022. And before that, the BE's mandate was mainly focusing on energy efficiency. But after that, after amending the Act, now Bureau's role has been enhanced, and now BE is being called as Bureau of Energy Transition. Because we have to be moved towards the clean energy solution in all the sectors of the economy. You all are witnessing that in all the sectors, the energy transition is rapidly moving. I can say not it is energy transition, it is the energy revolution. So at the same time, the cooking is also one of the important area where the transition towards the cleaner cooking is very important. There are numbers that still 38% of our Indian population relies on the biomass, which is very hazardous particularly for the women and the children's. The numbers are showing that more than 1 lakh children are dying in India every year because of this biomass usage for the cooking systems, particularly the respiratory issues and the health. Thus, it is very important for a country like India, which is totally dependent on the crude oil base, and we need to be moved towards the cleaner energy solution for the cooking areas. As per the data, the present penetration of the e-cooking in India is only 5%, and out of that 10.5% is an urban area, and whereas in rural is only a 2.7%. So as Sir has already said that we need to have a simplified solution, and the solution which is being acceptable and convenience based, means it will be used by the Indian homes easily. There are two aspects. One is the availability of the electricity, means accessibility and availability of the electricity to the homes also, so that this can be promoted. You all are aware that in the last decade, significant improvement is there in the electricity access in India. Under the Saubhagya scheme, more than 26 million households are being connected, connected to the grid electricity within 18 months' time. I think this is the largest, I can say, the electricity grid connectivity program in the world. Within 18 months, we have connected to 26 million households. And as Mr. Vimal has already told, the installed capacity has also significantly increased. We have reached to around 442 gigawatt. Out of that, 44% is RE. So the availability of the power also means in urban areas, the availability has also improved to 23.5 hours, whereas in rural areas, the availability is around 23 hours. So this is also one of the important challenging area where the availability of the power is required for the e-cooking system. Bureau has already started many activities for promoting e-cooking as well as EV. Bureau is also a nodal agency for promoting the EV charging infrastructure as well as the adoption of EVs. So we have launched a Go Electric campaign with the help of Ministry of Power, and this campaign has resulted in good amount of awareness amongst the consumers for the e-cooking. We are doing this, we are running this campaign with the help of state designated agencies, and we are learning that people at least now get aware about the benefits of the e-cooking systems. But still there are some issues which Abhishek has already talked about. That issues need to be addressed so that this program can be also scaled up, similar to Ujala or similar to the National Street Lighting Program. I am also, I just want to inform you that there is a committee has been constituted by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas for the Energy Transition Advisory Committee. And as per this committee, they have been released one report for the green shift, which is particularly focusing on the achievements for the net zero emissions by 2070. So as per this report, around 50% household need to have an e-cooking system by 2070 so that the target of this net zero can be achieved. And the report is also suggesting that at least 2030, 25% household need to be shifted to the electrical cooking. As Abhishek and Sir has already talked about, the convenience of the and the adaptability of the present clean cook stoves, which are focusing on more on the reducing the emissions or focusing on the complete combustion, but they are not enough to make them safe for daily inside your daily use inside your homes. So electric based cooking or e-cooking, I think it is the most real clean energy solution cooking rather than the LPG and all other forms. Challenges are there, like operating costs, capital costs, as Sir has already highlighted it. So government can think it some kind of incentives or upfront cost for the capital intensive, or there is a need also to be rationalize the electricity tariffs, particularly for the household, so that the adoption can be increased. The program like Surya Ghar, Har Ghar Surya Yojana, that will also going to be help this e-cooking program in a larger way. And here I'm very happy that this forum has resulted in a lot of good knowledge sharing and the promotion of the e-cooking. We are working with MECS, I think, since last 2 years, and we are happy that a lot of innovative suggestions, ideas are being received by BE from this program. I'm also learned that MOFCC has recently included clean cooking under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, which will be help to bring the finance for the clean cooking program on the larger scale, where the trading of internationally transferred mitigation outcome can be done. As Sir has already told, we have been launched a program for labeling this induction cook stoves in the year, in last year itself, and we appealing all these manufacturers and the industry leaders to please roll out into the BE's program and take a benefit of that program and develop and design the energy efficient induction hobs so that the consumers get choice for selecting the energy efficient hobs. With the MEC and the Finovista, we are already doing such a kind of programs. We have done in last year in December 2023 here in Habitat itself. In the March, we have done one program in Chandigarh. So we want support of MEC for promoting this e-cooking on a larger scale. Sir, I also want to share with you that we are also promoting some pilot programs through the state designated agencies, sir. As on date, more than 5,000 induction hobs has been given to the SDAs for a pilot base running. We are also promoting Surya Nutan cook stove of Indian Oil. More than 500 demonstrations are in place to be, so that people get confidence, the usage and their convenience. So with this, I once again thanks MEC and Finovista for inviting me. What are the sessions are planned in the day? I wish you best luck for them. I appeal all the manufacturers and the industry leaders to interactively participate in this all sessions, provide very inputs and remarks for BE as well as policy makers, so that we will be include all your comments, inputs for our future consideration. Thank you so much. Lastly, I just want to say that this e-cooking will be definitely going to be a win-win program for electricity distribution companies as well as by consumers by the 2030, as the demand is increasing, but at the same time, consumers are also required for the DISCOM, and there are some demand response program if smart metering is already way under RDSS. So that will also going to be helped DISCOMs for implementing the demand response program with the help of consumers. So with this, thank you again for inviting me and sharing my, allowing me to share my thoughts. Thank you so much.
So I think that now draws this panel session to a close. Thank you to all of our contributors. I hope this has set the scene for digging into many of the details in key areas across the piece in the rest of the day. And I think I'm now handing over to Vimal to tell us what we do next.
Yeah, I request the panel to please gather around for a quick photo. Yeah. And after that, we'll have a technology walkthrough, and I'll request Vimal sir to escort the dignitaries for the walkthrough.
To displace 1%.
Or you can add limiter or you can make it different in the same box. इसके अंदर क्या होता है हम लोगों ने नीचे हीटर दिया इसमें हम लोग फैन की यहाँ पे नीचे हीटर दिया तो एक जो इसकी जो यूनिवर्सल yes yes this is our just latest yes
And how are the fries?
that is near about between 6 to 8.
How is the quality of the food?
You need to give us both of those.
Okay. We'll come out later.
So they are from the EESL. EESL is IoT based device.
Provide मत कभी कहा sell कहा
So mix is in order with this
Sir, the Indian one, no, this is Indianized one. No China, not from China. These are all the Indian ones. Yeah. This is the infrared. And you can use any type of device.
Who's manufacturing it?
Yes, sir, no. And this is also manufactured Sony, but the Indianized one, all the bodies in India. And this is also bare patty. All the elements, all everything is bare. It's a dual purpose. You can make the rice also. Then you can use it as steamer also for idli making. It's dual purpose. So it will fulfill the need of the traditional Indian families. For the individual one, we have the using the kettle with a narrow mouth. Here you have the broader mouth. You can have the egg boiler, either making over here. And for individual, everything can be done. Maggie making also can be done. So it's easier for the user. No, it's electric based. Electric based. It's a heating element. Yes.
This can maintain the heat equilibrium of the body. It's a completely insulated. Unless until it is depressurized, so it will release the heat.
So therefore, we need to market this thing.
This ethanol, ethanol gel based cooking.
Okay.
हमारे देश के लिए बहुत important है कि we have a lot of sugar cane. Ethanol we are producing.
So you're producing the gel.
Gel is easy to carry. And it can go in any part of the world.
Again, ISC से कहो they should buy this initiative. The captain here.
For the Indianization of the devices, they are the Indian manufacturer, OEM. So they are manufacturing for most of the manufacturers which are doing the work. So I think it's all somebody else's product, right?
Acha. So it sells under other people's name.
We are supporting in hand.
अच्छा
बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन पहले तो सब आपको यहाँ होना चाहिए अभी कॉइल भी यूज कर रहे हैं भी यूज कर रहे हैं अभी ग्लास ये भिवाड़ी में ग्लास को छोड़ के और ये कॉर्ड को छोड़ के सब कुछ ही प्रिंटिंग आप प्रिंटिंग भी हमारा
ओनली ग्लास
large demand is there. वो तो सही बात है. And that large demand also helps create the linkage between academia and industry. Otherwise, it's all.
पहले आपने हमारे यहाँ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की क्वालिटी दी यूपी वगैरह में बिहार में 180
Everyone to please be seated. We will be starting very soon.
There's a system of bio. They have the first registered as carbon project in India. Okay. So they are reducing the cost drastically. So I think 30,000 device now with the carbon furthermore, they can offer about 7,000, right? So again, it's an affordability point of view, and they can also definitely there in the marketing also.
Thank you so much.
Very quickly invite another panel. Our session chair for this panel will be Professor Devajit Palit, Professor of Energy, NTPC School of Business. I call Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Dr. Praveen Dhamija, former advisor, Skill Council of Green Jobs, former advisor and scientist G, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Mr. Nitin Bhatt, Deputy General Manager, Sales and Public Relations, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Mr. Manoj Mahata, Energy Advisor, GIZ. I request Devajit sir to take the session forward, please.
And thank you, Satyam. And thanks to MECS and Finovista for giving me this opportunity. I always get a hard task of moderating a panel just before the lunch. But I'll try to make it exciting, and I hope my panelists to try to make it exciting so that the audience feel the urge to be here and not to go to rush to the lunch. But we won't also do something which will not allow you to have your lunch. So please be little patient, but we'll try to make this session exciting. So while the session is on enabling e-cooking, electric cooking through the state, what we have observed is that the Niti Aayog in one of its earlier report, I think in 2015 or 16, if I remember correctly, they did mention about electrifying rural energy demand, which shows the intent of the federal government or the central government to go for electric cooking in the rural areas. And thereafter, the government of India also, especially the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, was tasked with the Go Electric campaign. So the central government did show its intent. Of course, the LPG was being promoted under the PM Ujjwala program, but the intent to promote electric cooking has also been there. But what is important is that the states has to play a big role, an enabling role to promote the deployment of electric cooking. The central government can make policies, but unless the policies are being implemented through programs at the state levels, things doesn't materialize. And so I think in that context, this particular panel assumes a great significance, especially in deployment of and promotion of electric cooking. We had seen earlier few states like Kerala and Odisha, where a lot of people in the rural areas or in the peri-urban areas started to adopt electric cooking, but the electricity discom had to ban electric cooking because at a particular time in the evening, everybody was switching on the electric cooking and they were creating problems with the distribution transformer. So there are issues at the state level. I think that we have a session on discom, so probably they will discuss more about it. So before proceeding further, let me introduce our panel, which is a stellar panel with 4 participants. Mr. Abhishek Sharma, is the Director of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Dr. Praveen Dhamija, who I would say has been working in this clean cooking sector probably for very long time. Since I joined this sector, I've been seen her working in this sector. She has been the former advisor of Skill Council for Green Jobs and also former advisor and scientist G at the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. We have Mr. Nitin Bhatt, Deputy General Manager, Sales and Public Relation, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, which I think is expected to play a big role in electric cooking. The way they did they played a role in case of LED bulbs and to some extent in promoting energy efficient fan. And Mr. Manoj Mahata, who has been a very good friend of mine since I joined the sector. I know him almost for the last 25 years. He's the energy advisor at ZIZ. And I think, if I'm not wrong, he's stationed in Kolkata at a state level. Yeah. And he has done a wonderful work in West Bengal in promoting a lot of this energy efficient cooking. Without further ado, let me go to Mr. Abhishek Sharma and ask him specifically what is the BE activities, what are they doing especially to promote clean cooking, and their plan for the future, because I think at the federal level what BE is going to do is going to push the electric cooking market in India. So, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Professor Devajit Palit. Hello. A very good afternoon to all of you. I want to share that we support states in Bureau of Energy Efficiency through state designated agencies. We have state designated agencies in all the states, 28 states and 8 union territories. EC Act 2001 mandates a two-tier structure, but BE is at the center. The states are doing the same work at the state level. EC Act empowers states to reinforce, coordinate and regulate the energy conservation and energy efficiency activities in the state. And right now we have 36 SDAs all present, and majority of them are renewable energy agencies. Some are electrical inspectorates, some are basically DISCOMs, and we have 2 standalone SDAs. They are dedicatedly working for this energy efficiency and energy conservation. They are Kerala and Andhra Pradesh, and they are really doing very well in compared to other states. And I want to update one of the aspects we have undertaken recently, that as per the directions of the Ministry of Power, we have prepared State Energy Efficiency Action Plan for all the states. It is the exercise that we have conducted for the very first time to identify the gaps, what the way we are doing and what needs to be, what we need to do in future. And it aims for the optimum utilization of whatever resource we have in the states across all the sector, and to identify the focus sector. Report has been finalized in all the states, and one of the outcome that we are getting that is quite common in all the reports is the deployment and promotion of electric cooking. It is a very glaring thing we are getting in all the reports, that everyone wants to go for this electric cooking. And to promote electric cooking, BE is working in a 3-dimensional approach. The first of all, with the help of the Energy Efficiency Services Limited, IOCL, MECS, SDAs, our partner in the states, we have conducted various awareness and capacity building programs across the states. And as per mandate of these are as per the mandate of the Go Electric campaign that has been assigned to Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And the second approach is through the deployment. We have deployed around 5,000 induction cook stoves through our SDAs, more than 5,000. It is just a number as a demonstration project. And we have deployed them not only in the main cities, we have deployed them in Ladakh, Tripura, and so many other coastal and other states which are not conversant with this e-cooking type of facilities. And with the help of the IOCL, we have deployed around more than 300 IOCL, and in the process of deploying more than 300 Suryamatra cook stoves across various states. Some states have taken lead: Kerala, Puducherry, Meghalaya, Tripura, I already spoke, and we have good demand coming from Ladakh, J&K, and from the other states also. And the third part is we are doing our bid for the standard and labeling of these induction cook stoves, so that the consumer get informed choice, a right product, it comes to their hand. And for this purpose, the BE introduced the standard and labeling, the popularly known as a star rating, in the year 2023. We introduced it, and recently we have a technical committee meeting held last month in the office of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, where most of the manufacturers, major manufacturers, OEM, the labs attended that meeting, and there is wide variation in terms of the quality, because there are also cheap products from some countries that are being dumped into India. It is a concern among some of the vendors and the OEMs. To address these challenges, BE is making the norms more stringent. We are in the process of revising, since this product right now is in voluntary phase, and we have plans to move soon to the mandatory phase, so that the people, the consumers will get the informed choice, the right product will come to their hand. These are some of the initiatives we have done, and I thank MECS and to invite me here as a speaker. Thank you.
May I now go to Dhamija madam, especially related to now this large-scale deployment of stoves would also need skilled human resource for the maintenance. What we have observed while I was in Terry, what we have observed is that in Himachal we had promoted some electric stoves, and the branded stoves are not, that means we promoted the branded stoves, but when we went back there to study after 1 year we found that the branded stoves are not being used, but that the local electric stoves are being used, primarily because the maintenance ecosystem for the local stoves were there, and the branded stoves had not opened the maintenance ecosystem there. So in that context, how do you see what should be done or what can be done for development of the skills to see that the sustainability is ensured?
Good afternoon to all of you. At the onset, I want to thank MECS and Finovista for inviting me here and enabling me, allowing me to share my experience, as he said, 3 decades of clean cook stoves. So first I want to say that my association with clean cooking, which is very close to my heart, has been there right from 1983 when the first pilot was launched by MNRE or DNES that time. We had launched a pilot for the improved cook stoves based on biomass. And this project continued till 2001 when it was transferred to the states. Now why I want to say all this is that the focus has been the same. See, there has to be reduction in the indoor air pollution. There has to be reduction in the drudgery of the women. There has to be improvement in the efficiency of the device. So the objectives have been the same. And now we have linked these objectives to the SDGs. So this is a big move forward or a big step forward that we are still focusing and refocusing on clean cooking, which still needs to be done in a very vigorous manner. Still our rural population in the rural areas, there are people who are still using biomass as a dirty fuel, and they still are cooking. I have seen houses, you have the tribal areas and all that, where you have the cow is also in the same room, the cooking device is also there, the child is also there. So you can see such inhuman conditions in which our women were suffering. So there has to be some solution, some reprieve to the woman. So this, I feel, clean cooking, that is why it's very close to my heart, and I have been pursuing it. And in fact, this was when I was in the ministry, we had taken it across all the states, and we did do a good work by having 30 million cook stoves all over the country. But these stoves, they are constructed and reconstructed. And now, then after that, I went to the Skill Council for Green Jobs. There also my first focus was on clean cooking. I wanted to do training modules. I wanted to do trainings for women, especially for women, so that they can be empowered. They can start, constructing these. The recent focus has been on Go Electric, that is the e-cooking, because the national, clean cooking roadmap, it says that there should be a multi-fuel approach to cooking. And as per Professor Kirk-Smith, electricity is the most aspirational fuel for cooking. So that is the highest in the ladder, that we should go and use electricity because it is taken as a clean cooking. So this is my slight background I want to say. And regarding the work of EESL, I've seen good work is being done. They are trying to promote it in most of the states. My attraction is twofold. One is that a project we did for the earlier Honorable President, Pranab Mukherjee. They had developed a project, Smart Gram project, which was implemented at 45 villages of Haryana. And there I said the green intervention should be clean cooking. We started with biomass stoves, but we failed. And then we took up induction cooktops, electricity cooking. And I'm very happy to announce that 12,000 households took up the electric cook stoves and they adopted it. But there were 4 or 5 points which were very important. First is the subsidized financing. There was a CSR support to every cook stove, a 50% CSR support. Then there was a stable electricity. In these villages, they had stable electricity at least for 15 to 18 hours, which enabled the woman to use the electric stove. Then after-sale services. This was very important. The after-sale services, there were camps held so that if there is any problem, if any user has any problem, they can rectify it. And awareness, utensils was not a problem. People were very willing to change the utensils, buy the utensils, and they were willing to use it. So this is one experience I have with electric cooking. So we can say that it is accepted. You educate the women. We created women entrepreneurs who used to go and connect with the households. So you educate the woman and make her aware that yes, this is something, and it is acceptable, whether it is a rural woman or an urban woman. You see the percentage of people in the urban areas is still 10%, and rural is less. But rural people also, they are very, they can accept things. It's not that there will be something that we will not do it. So this is one experience I want to share. So I want to say that modern MECS and Finovista are doing a wonderful job, and there should be no discouragement. Only thing is that we have to take up such more projects, and we have to tell people, yes, this is something which will work. The second part is about the skilling part. Here also we had entrepreneurship models where we educated the women and we told them how they have to go about and sell the product. So they were given an incentive, and they had 100 rupees incentive for every cook stove they sold. So 12,000 cook stoves was a huge number. Secondly is the training. Now for training in electric cooking, I tried to, take up some training of trainers, which I think Sheetal has already said. So train more people in the sales and distribution. This is very important. But there is a need for creating a skill gap study, having a skill gap study, understanding the market, what are the jobs which will come up, what is the upskilling which will be required, and what are the training modules which need to be developed so that we can, you must have all heard about just transition. So we have to ensure when we do a transition, we do not displace anybody. Instead, we have to upskill everybody. So I feel that awareness, what EESL is doing, they're doing a wonderful job. They are educating, they have centers. I was reading about them in the report which CEW has published. They're doing a wonderful job. But at the same time, you have to focus on the skilling and training of the people who are involved so that there is more remuneration, more revenue to the persons who are involved, and there is mass propagation. Numbers will make a difference. Initially, after the 45 villages, because it was a CSR project, there was a demand from the adjoining villages for more stoves. So we were not in a position to distribute because we didn't have so many funds. So these projects need to be replicated. You need to connect with the people, and you need to provide all these services which I said, after sales services, and for that, you need to skill and train people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you set the context, especially about mentioning about the EESL work, the funding, and that you didn't have the fund to scale up the model. So I think in that context, I would like to go to Mr. Nitin Bhatt of EESL. How to make the stoves affordable through demand aggregation? Your initial thoughts, sir.
Thank you, Professor Saab. Namaskar. First, to begin with, thanks a lot, MECS and Finovista, for organizing such a wonderful session, and especially inviting EESL to present our views and our development, what we had done in last 6-7 months. In last 7 months, we had done a lot in the field of procurement, awareness, impact assessment, and mobilizing our teams to the state governments. First, we had started our project in the land of Lamas, Ladakh, in minus 17 degrees of temperature. And I'm very thankful to Abhishek Sharmaji, because from BE, he had helped us to gather the funds through SDS to distribute 2,000 induction cook stoves to Anganwadi. It is a pilot kind of project, and after doing that project in Ladakh, we are having invitations from all state governments across India. Right now, I am coming straight away from the Honorable Minister's house. We had given a presentation that how this scheme can be made mandatory in all Anganwadis across India. Honorable Minister of State, Shri Shripad Naik Sahab, has given us his consent that in his parliamentary segment, all Anganwadis will be on clean cooking, very shortly. He said in next 15 days, prepare all things and launch this scheme without fail before 15th October. So our team is here. I request my team, please start all your homework to do it in limited time frame. Another thing that is very important, that in last 6-7 months, we are not only confined to the state government, we are also approaching to the big business houses like PSUs, other private sector corporate houses to please adopt this induction cook stove in their canteens. We are also approaching to the state governments in their tourist centers that please, in your tourist centers, you are having the roadside eateries. Please introduce induction cook stove. So various state governments are in touch with us. The tourist centers like Mussoorie, Nainital, Udaipur, Bhopal, their vendors, organizations are in touch with EESL, and very shortly we are converting all these thelas and small eateries in induction cook with equipped with induction cook stove. Another important thing that I would like to tell you is that not only state governments, but almost we are having 545 Lok Sabha MPs, honorable MPs across India. We had written letters to all of them, and out of that almost 100 MPs approached to us that please come to us and give presentation, what are the features of your induction cook stove, and we will allow you with our MP-led fund to introduce in our parliamentary segment. And one more thing that is very important, that first letter of consent received from the South India, the parliamentary constituency of Rajmundry, from Honorable Member of Parliament, D. Purandeshwari ji. Another letter of consent came from a special religious place that we all know is from Shirdi, from Bhausa Vakchure. So every day we are getting letters of consent from various Honorable Member of Parliament कि please आइए और मेरे यहाँ पर काम कीजिए. एक और चीज़ जो बहुत important है that I would like to share with all of you is that if you have to transfer LPG stove, LPG cylinder from Amritsar to Ladakh, you have to spend 1,000 rupees. Once it will reach Leh, and you want that same LPG cylinder to Nubra or Chantang, you have to spend another 1,500 rupees. So these induction cook stoves are not only helpful for us for cooking, but also at the same time, they will save our cost in terms of cooking as well as in terms of transportation. So we are very optimistic that in next 6 to 7 months, big states like Andhra Pradesh, Odisha will join with us. And in this period of 6-7 months, we are planning to distribute 5 lakh induction cook stove across India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. I think you raised a very important point about the transportation of LPG. Of course, electricity is much easier to transport thanks to the one nation, one grid that we have. I think another important point is also about the energy security in the country. Probably we cannot depend for long on LPG. Somewhere we have to shift to a more energy secure sources. And probably electricity based on whether solar, wind or coal is still a better option than LPG, which again is a fossil fuel like coal.
Excuse me, my apology. Just to add one more point to aware you about our initiative in terms of awareness. In last 7 months, close to 1,000 news stories were published in print and electronic media in various states, and we are not only getting help from the media, but also at the same time, the state government departments of Department of Information Public Relations are also coming to us that please give us the data, how these induction stoves are important for us in terms of energy saving and in terms of facilitating the Anganwadis and schools, especially the government schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now go to Mr. Manoj Mahata from ZIZ about the work they are doing in promoting electric cooking or clean cooking in the states, to share a thought about.
Thank you, Devajit. Thank you, MECS, for inviting us. Today I am feeling a bit more confident seeing the panel. And I think this is the right time we have started our program. So, little bit background. Last 4 years, I am supporting 6 states in developing a holistic state energy action plan. The way Abhishek ji introduced state energy efficiency plan, and mostly the known sector where data are available. We did a little bit tough study. So we have assessed the demand projection for next 40 years, somewhere 25 years. Through data modeling and all those things, we have developed a multi-sectoral, multi-fuel, multi-technology state plan. And we realize the cooking is the only area where the status of energy efficiency and quantum of energy being consumed for just cooking, be it institutional, domestic, and corporate level, commercial level, is huge, unaccountable, and there is no one who take this responsibility on behalf of state. And I am just talking about state because ultimately whatever plan program we develop in at the central level, things needs to be implemented by state. So in the next phase, so we have given recommendation to all departments, what they should do, how agriculture, fishery, industry, transport should go into energy transition mode in a time-bound manner, in a cost-optimized manner, technology-optimized manner. In that, recently we have taken a common, and now our next program is to implement or help those states in implementing whatever recommendation we have given to them. Again, tough task. So we started thinking, instead of taking bits and pieces kind of request from state, why not to address the common thing? And I started with cook stove because I also had long association with cook stove ever since I am into the development sector since 2005. So this is a common to all state, and there is no taker. And fortunately, organization like MECS, EESL, and various other philanthropic organizations, technology provider are all gearing up towards this. So this is the right time. Carbon finance is also going to come in a big way, I believe. So this is the right time where if we act as an aggregator of all stakeholders to boost state confidence and helping them analyzing their problem in their way. For example, certain state will say, okay, it is our political priority, but not now, probably 1 year ahead of election. Fine, it is their priority, we have to honor them. So timing of the implementation can start and we should be ready by then. Challenges like grid stability, rural feeder are not that good. EV is also coming. On the other hand, there are solar, feed and tariff may not be a good solution for installer or roof owner to feed it into the grid. So, and then there is no demand, daytime demand, particularly non-industrial states. So there are several parameters, several challenges state government raise in front of you whenever you will ask them to implement stove. Institutional cooking, okay, there are solutions because these are government supported, government funded, government owned institution. So then size, where discoms are getting good return out of or payment out of their clients. So these are the all series of, then which department will play what role. In the meanwhile, State Rural Livelihood Mission is doing wonderful work, particularly in certain states where the formal industrial development is not that deep-rooted. For example, Bihar, I understand Jivika is doing well, Odisha, West Bengal, Assam is also. So now women are coming up. They are slowly taking charge. They have mostly replaced the moneylender, informal moneylender from the rural space. So this is, again, for whom we are working, they are active. They are activated with skill, with access to finance, further lending, recovery of money. So I think the ecosystem is quite good. Only thing is we have to be with state, and that is what is our program, green cooking program for state, and I am not mentioning e-cooking alone. So a state like Punjab, where they have made certain amount of electricity free, so probably they will not take that burden of distributing, and sorry, I'm taking name just for better understanding. They will probably not distribute e-cooking that easily or effectively because they don't want to take further burden onto their shoulders. So there are ifs and buts. Each state will ask us different parameter, and we are thinking we'll give them support, assistance from analyzing the ground reality, designing program, bringing money, bringing other stakeholder, including, and I think in this room, everybody could be my potential stakeholder in next 2 3 months. And we have almost finalized the consultant who will be helping us, helping state. And then we'll not only live there by designing this thing, we'll also implement, because I understand if we implement or bring carbon money in, then probably we have to stabilize their monitoring, assess and evaluation process, because then unless until they get continuous benefit of carbon money, things may get collapsed at certain times. So we are thinking a 2 3 year handholding support to state, and be there with them to implement and see that things are getting stabilized and moving and taking a self-sustainable path. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Let me come back to Mr. Abhishek. Especially, how do you think the MECS program can work with BE in promoting the electric cooking or the greater transition, especially related to quality, advocacy, and so on and so forth?
We have a mandate under Go Electric campaign to promote and propagate the message of electric cooking. Already we have conducted several rounds of program for awareness, because the capacity building and the awareness is the first pillar, because the persons living in the ground, they have to acknowledge the fact that the electric cooking is as good and is as good as the conventional cooking is. They have to know the advantages, the challenges of electric cooking. So already we have conducted several round of workshops and awareness program throughout the country, and based on that we are getting very good response, and some states have adopted this electric cooking on pilot and demonstration basis in various places, and I hope many more states will follow the example.
Thank you. Madam, your two suggestions to the state, because you have been always part of the ministry and at the national level. So what do you think the states should do along with the whatever the national level agencies are doing to promote electric cooking?
I feel there should be massive awareness campaigns, and these have to be at the ground level. Your SDAs. I worked with Delhi government, and I was looking after the SDA of Delhi also. So I know SDAs have capacity to, take up all these activities, and you're doing a good job. But until and unless you connect with the woman at the ground, that is very important. So awareness has to be there. not in a generalized way. It has to be very specific, and you will find that educating the women will give you more returns once you go to the ground level. That is very important. And then again, I will reinforce the skilling, the training. When we trained, we identified 10, 15 women, in fact, 5 women from every village, whom we trained in a small training we gave them as entrepreneurs. So the second thing is that when you skill them, you train them in distribution, even for after-sales services also, the women are no less. They can be trained, they can be skilled, and you will find more results. So I have been doing the biogas programs also, and I have been doing the cook stove programs across the length and breadth of the country. I have connected with women. The women, they will come up with the actual problems. One woman told me, I want a biogas, but the subsidy which you give is very less. I don't have money to put up a biogas. And one woman told me, my kitchen and see my kitchen now with the biogas you have provided. But what happens to your biogas in winter? Why does it not work? So these are women which, when you do capacity building, you do your awareness, you do your linking in the states, you have to go to the ground level. If you go to he has suggested this self-help groups, they are very good bodies, very good units where you can collect. Even in the Haryana villages, we had to go after 2 o'clock because women are not free in the morning. They will say you come after 2 o'clock. And for LPG, my experience is that the husband used to lock the kitchen so that the woman goes back. The cost is a big factor. They will not replace 1 LPG cylinder in 6 months. So how will the woman do the cooking? So the kitchen was locked with the LPG cylinder inside. So no access. So the woman is there where she is. The open chula she was using, I have to cook on this. So that is another thing. If you can empower women, look for schemes which can empower them, take up some activities. And these 45 villages, I tell you, there was not even a tea shop. There was only one commercial shop which was being run by a woman. Rest all small shops, but if you want to have a tea in one of the villages, you can't have. So such sort of setups are not there. Some sort of a commercial activity also, if you can link up, if you can see, you will get a lot of people who will come and do CSR work. So these are 2-3 points. So my heart goes out to the women, not because I'm a woman, but I feel they really need to be connected. There are opportunities which they could never get because they were born in such places. So kindly facilitate more opportunities for women, and you will see wonders. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me go back to Manoj again, since you have launched, the GIZ has launched this program on green cooking, if I know correctly.
Yeah.
And you have been working with the states. So what is your expectation from the states, and how can MECS program can collaborate, or is there any, do you think that there should be more collaborative effort in taking forward this program, and also your expectation from the state to make this program successful?
My expectation, or the way I am visualizing, particularly during election time, if you visit any state, you see hoardings. And I am visualizing CM or some powerful minister photo in hoardings promoting the way we always see PM's photograph in every petrol pump promoting LPG. So unless until we convince state to taking responsibility and making clean cooking or green cooking or e-cooking, whatever name they feel comfortable with, as a flagship program for the state. I think that multi-directional push from within state will not come. And this is what different department, for example, now Pollution Control Board is coming up. They initiated something in West Bengal. There are, SDA is working with, Anganwadis are now coming up asking me, let's go to Kerala to see some success stories, whether it is just for visiting Kerala or real success stories, but demand are coming. So I think My expectation is, yeah, they should think that they will create a state flagship program and they will seek support where they are lacking. So it is not that GIZ's free support is available, let's do them work. And that's why I'm also a bit cautious that we should not put ourselves behind their readiness. So I'll go behind them and try to push them to create a bigger one with political agenda and mandate from top leadership.
Thank you, Manoj. Lastly, Mr. Nitin, what is your expectation from the state? Especially, do you think the states can also help you in demand aggregation and that can help in reducing the prices?
Without the support of state governments, it is not possible to expand in a way to cater the current needs for the clean cooking. We are in direct connections with the top brass of the various state governments that please adopt this scheme, at least in your Anganwadis. In India, there are close to 15 lakh Anganwadis. Per day, they are providing food to almost 1 crore 20 lakh boys and girls. And I think if we will, in first phase, if we'll address these Anganwadis, I think there will be a big revolution in the field of clean cooking.
Thank you so much for very crisp answer, especially on the requirement from the state. I don't have time to take questions. Do you have? No. So we don't have time to take questions, but I would request the audience, if you have any questions, please do interact with our panelists. I'm very sorry, sir, that we cannot take up the questions. Somebody is raising the hand. I don't want to be a villain between the food and the audience. So I would like to end on a better side, not to be the villain. And thank you so much to all my esteemed panelists and for making very crisp comments, and especially related to the expectation from the states. It would have been better if you would have a panelist from the state, but anyway, that's what is the job of the MECS program, is to also see that how we can bring in more states participation and, to see that the clean cooking program can progress and be successful. Thank you so much. Thank you all the time.
A quick photo, please, before you break for lunch. So there is a quick announcement before we break for lunch. There is a parallel session on research on e-cooking going on in Marigold Hall from 2 p.m. So if you are interested in anything on research on e-cooking, clean cooking, you should attend that. We'll now kind of research on electric cooking, research on clean cooking. You should attend that session in Marigold Hall. It's starting right now. We'll be starting this panel on women in modern energy cooking shortly. Change, improving public health, and advancing socio-economic development. In the clean cooking sector, women are central to this transformation, both as primary users and key stakeholders whose insights can significantly shape technology development. Despite their crucial role, women's participation in leadership, product design, and decision-making processes remains underutilized. By integrating women's deep knowledge of cooking practices into the development of clean cooking solutions, we can create technologies that are more culturally relevant, efficient, and widely adopted. This panel will explore the barriers women face, including access to finance, skills, and policy support, while highlighting opportunities to empower women as innovators, entrepreneurs, and decision makers. For this session, I invite the session chair, Ms. Sheetal Rastogi, co-founder, Finovista. Our panelist, Mr. Animesh Mishra, Chief General Manager and Head Sales PR, EESL. Mr. Somnil Mukherjee, Consultant, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Ms. Akanksha Sharma, Head of Climate Tech and Digital Utilities, GSMA. Ms. Sweta Ravi Kumar, Executive Director, Florence School of Regulation. Chef Divya Bose, Chef Divya Bose, Indian Hospitality Institute, Pusa. Ms. Reenu Sharma, Research Lead, Dharma Life.
Good responsibility to keeping you away from sleep, and all my co-panelists agree with that. So, welcome to this session. Since morning, we've heard a lot that the sector of clean cooking and adoption of this technology impacts the life of women and children, because largely we are seeing women in this sector as users and beneficiaries of these technologies and the transition. We want to take a step back and talk on the aspect that how can we have gender equity in this sector with women having potential roles across value chain. We've launched last year in this Modern Energy Cooking Services program, the forum last year, an initiative called WMEC, Women in Modern Energy Cooking. And under that, we've done a lot of training support, a lot of research on the aspect of women's participation in this sector. We've spoken to a lot of women in energy sector to understand that what are the challenges, where are the barriers, and we've received some interesting findings that I would like to highlight. And after that, I'll request each of my co-panelists to share their views on the aspect. So one of the biggest thing that comes to the this aspect is when we interviewed these women in energy sector, we understood that in India, like we've said, that there are many consumer market segments. When we move to rural areas, women are not even aware about these technologies. So how would you expect them to have a viewpoint about these technologies? They don't have a dominant voice in terms of decision making when it comes to the purchase of these technologies. So this was one of the biggest factors that also came up. There was equal understanding in terms of believing that women have a lot of knowledge with respect to the cooking and culinary practices, but are we looping in that knowledge back again in the product design? Do you have the viewpoints and the traditional knowledge unlocked for that? Also, when we look at the aspects of finance, when we look at women as entrepreneurs in energy sector, in clean cooking sector, we hardly find women entrepreneurs in this sector. And do they have specific schemes and interventions and support of finance to enable this participation in the sector? One thing that also came out was that there's a very strong model of self-help groups in India, but there's a lot of knowledge and capacity building which is required at an SHG level also for women's increased participation in this sector and also about the technology adoption in this sector. So with these aspects, I would basically request my panelists for this session to share their viewpoints on how we can advance gender participation in this sector. And first I have with me Shomnil. So Shomnil is from Office of PSA. I would like to understand your broad views.
Yeah, sure. I think this is most relevant and important topic out of the whole sessions that we have. And this subject itself is quite important. I was talking to Vimal and some of the panelists and other people who spoke before us. So I think there is a clear window, I would say, where we have an opportunity, but it's an untapped potential opportunity if we look at the rural livelihoods, rural women, community centric programs, right? Right now we are talking about the subject like clean cooking, right? But there's also an aspect of women in here, right? So here, what I think, in fact, we have done this previous year also, probably at some park hotel or somewhere, right? So this modern energy clean cooking program has to have multiple branches, avenues, which would bring in, competitions. And the moment you start, we start, inviting case studies from, you have so many of them. For example, we have, I'll tell you about a story which is in the communities and the villages around Dharwad, which is a very small city in Karnataka, very close to Bangalore. And the director of IIT Dharwad has also put up a center of excellence. It's a global center of excellence on affordable and clean energy itself, and which is jointly funded as an industrial consortia in a PPP model through Honeywell, Infinite Technologies, Celco Foundation, even Lois, which is a MNC, American MNC into this retail sector. So they have also funded jointly together. And so it's not about the, how much they have been trying to build the villages and make some transformations there, and doing some awareness programs with the, identifying the women in the households, bringing them together, and the centers, making small modules, and asking them to speak to other, students who are participating there, so that they are also aware that how they utilize in their households, what is the gap, right? It's not always that you do implement some technologies in a top-down driven model, and you give them that, okay, fine, we have, Philips has so many inductions, and you, Philips gives induction cooker as a benefit of any program. But that doesn't really work at that level, because when we are talking about creating entrepreneurs, creating macro entrepreneurs at that bottom of the pyramid, you need to have a need-based assessment approach, the reverse way approach, right? Where we can empower them, and where we can also fill in a lot of gaps, like government participatory bodies. UK RI, MECS is doing a lot in terms of this, involvement programs. How we can look at also simplifying the accessibility part of it, also the, maybe the micro credit mechanism systems to involve them, like an ONDC or other, and we can integrate them together in through some community engagement programs in one centers. And of course, in the initial stages, we need to identify those cases, bring those women together on the, into the center, and give them demonstrations of how these technologies works. What we are doing today, I think if we don't take it on wheels and go into the rurals and address that gap, that's never going to work out, right? So which is because I would invite multiple stakeholders who are sitting here and across other, beyond this room, and also through Manthan platform, where they can bring, like there are, for examample, many of them, like there's Jagriti Yatra, there is, entrepreneurship, innovation, III director also, Dr. Professor Naveen, who has been going around. So there are people who can support us in taking the entrepreneurship journey to the rural corridors and the districts in tribal belts. We just need to identify the right places where to go, whether it's aspirational, non-aspirational, it doesn't really matter, but we need to bring them together in a holistic way and see that the value chain, continues, right? So I would really appreciate if people come forward and to us and ask them, because we are also, as a part of the Principal Scientific Advisors mandate, we have different IITs, consortiums, pan-IITs working with us on RUTAG technologies, which are basically frugal innovations. For example, if I am a village, if I am trying to sell my subjis like vegetables to bringing it from the mandi and taking to the market, I may lose about 10 to 15 kilos of vegetables every day, and because of its perishable value, right? They're not fresh. So we have very interesting, they've built, these IITs have built these technologies which are basically frugal, and it will not allow the vegetables to perish without using any condensation or any freon gases or any vapors, which will have zero emissions as well, right? So through very, very frugal innovations, I would say, and you need to look at those innovations and understand what role it can play. And I could also have a modified bicycle as a rural vending cart, which will allow them to carry more 15 kilos of vegetables without the need for even if a disabled person is taking, or she has any problem, bone problems or anything, they can all still be able to carry that through in difficult hilly terrains or other areas where the roads are not very good, right? So those things has a very detailed structure and a need-based approach. I think that is where we will be able to, if these technologies are integrated somewhere, it will again help into the communities and will have the potential to transform the women of the villages to make them entrepreneurs. And then we'll have more training programs like that within the centers. So under RUTAC, we have an initiative called RUTAC Smart Village Centers as well, where, because we understand in our rural Milo, the approach, the entire value chain, what is missing is that technology penetration is not even 2%. That's a PwC report of the 2022 that suggests that score. You can look at that report, and it tells about what kind of elements are missing. So I think technology is the key where we can use and make them cost effective also, and hence by reducing costs through local NGOs, self-help groups, they can play a lot of, even inclusion of ASHA workers and Anganwadis. We need to look at inclusive program, right? Where these kind of technologies can be utilized for capacity building, technology demonstrations largely, which are could be done on existing centers. It could be done on some EV buses as well, where there are people who are also supporting us. And we have already commitments coming from Hindustan Unilever and ITC and other important organizations. Sudhamurthy also, they have also committed about 10 of them. So I'm happy to announce that as well. So this initiative can also drive a lot of these centers when they are built. This is rightly on nascent, it's on the first stage. So around 10 centers have been identified by MORD, Transform Rural India Foundation, which are SPOCs, and then hub will be IIT Roorkee for now. So they are the nodal point of contact for all integrating the technologies, identifying them, sourcing them. So where we can also try and push these kind of modern energy looking forum devices through those technologies, because this will be also very critical when we talk about beyond RUTAC innovations as well.
Thank you, Shomnil, and I think it's a right example, the RUTAC model. And we were having a discussion that, Anganwadis can be one place where we can have these technology demonstrations and showcase for energy efficient technologies. And that's not only for cooking, like you highlighted, it could be across sectors. So with this, I would turn to my next panelist, Mr. Animesh from EESL. Would like to know your broad remarks, since EESL has been leading the charge of implementing technology at scale. So we can learn a lot from the experience.
Thank you, Sheetal. And thank you, MECS and Finovista, for inviting and co-hosting it with EESL. It's your program, and your initiatives across India is really commendable on the clean cooking front. The panel before lunch, my colleague Nitin has shared a lot of experience and how EESL is encouraging and amplifying the adoption of clean cooking. The whole idea of women participation in the key leadership role and decision making is very important in this feature, because it's the entire value chain which is now required to be developed in clean cooking. Basically, because the perceived and the perception in India is a woman is the cooking person in an Indian home. But the dynamics are changing, and more as we are getting a younger generation, the cooking is happening by both the genders, and it's not now any gender specific cooking is there. But yeah, decision making of what can be more friendly to a women and how the adoption can be increased, because most of the product which is currently in the market, it's not that it is not a women friendly product or is not designed by women or anything. It's something which is a cooking medium. The adoption overall per se has not been taking off, and it's not because of any gender biasness having in this place and the women not being. But still, having said that, the value chain of how the decision happens for any industry and anything in decision making, not only in that, because what happens, a women listens to a women, and we have seen the success in Anganwadi workers, centers, and also ASHA workers and all the workers who work there, they Sakis, Didis who go around house to house and get the encouragement up. And normally in India, most of us will open our house to a women with a confidence if some woman is knocking the door. Similarly, if a male knocks the door, you will have a mask of fear, security, or what he has come for. So it's something that we need to look at, that women is more easily going to communicate about the product. So I was just, I had shared a video with Sheetal that how the current partners of EESL we have engaged, and one of my colleagues, Atul, shared the video of our manufacturing unit with them currently. And I was so happy and thrilled to find out that 80% of the people who were manufacturing are women there. So in that plant, I would really appreciate that partners of us, that 80%, 8 out of every 10 people manufacturing in EESL induction currently are women. So that is something which, that is something that from the manufacturing, which is the base, so it is something that everybody is adopted. Now, the second part of thing which is my personal viewpoint, that in India, the acceleration and adoption, why it is not happening for induction, it was something that we did in LED as EESL, but here is the perceived value of cooking on LPG is supposed to be economical than electric cooking, which has to be actually first dealt with, that nobody here actually sees that it is a economical way of cooking and it is more efficient way of cooking. Because for us, as of now, as a developing country, like our Honorable Prime Minister and External Minister also keep on saying in the World Forum, that we are a developing country, and my carbon mitigation target should be far lesser than the developed countries who have already done the development and the carbon has been coming out of their ways and industrialization. So a medium, how do a person cook today if we see the habit, which we don't actually go out being a communication person or PR person and marketing in it. We have 3 buttons, high, medium, low, in today current LPG cooking. In induction, we don't necessarily see in most of the induction cook stove, high, medium, low. We see the temperatures, we see various buttons of cooking a chapati, rice, pressure cooker, and boiled aloo, boiled egg. I think that is something which is there for an urbanized class. For somebody where most of the sessions which I heard, we are trying to aim Anganwadis or the rural folks, comparing it with the wood thing that we are challenging it. We are not placing it right somehow, I feel that. It is something which has got to have the right adoption. Women being the decision maker in the value chain at home, at the companies. Today, like my colleagues shared an example, the MP Purandeshwari ma'am has immediately adopted to this thing. So the decision making, the leadership is coming from a lady. And India has been one of the pioneers with our earlier Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who was again a leader. So adoption of women having this in the leadership category and decision making is key to the importance of various initiatives. And here also, I think as a targeted approach, what EESL has done, and my colleague and my team of induction, we have sent almost, I think, 160 letters to women MPs in India who have been elected this time to take this Anganwadi initiatives in their constituency. So adopting inclusiveness and everything is very much required, with also understanding how a woman cooks in her home. Not just how she decides outside home, but also inside home. Thank you.
Thank you, Animesh ji. And I think this is very rightly highlighted, the letters to the lady politicians and the positive response. This re-emphasizes on the fact that if we have more women across the value chain, the importance of this subject matter would be understood very rightly. I would now turn to Ms. Akansha Sharma from GSMA to share your broad remarks on this.
Okay, firstly, thank you for inviting me here. It's been a great discussion in the morning. A bit about the GSMA, I was asked a question on what's our business here. GSMA is an association of mobile companies, mobile operators, 400 plus mobile operators across the globe, 700 plus companies in the mobile ecosystem. So you're thinking device manufacturers, your tower companies, supply chain of the mobile ecosystem. About, I would say, 12, 13 years ago, when we started the Mobile for Development program, we were out there convincing the mobile companies that this, expanding your services to the Anganwadis, to the rural folks, is not just CSR, there is business to be made, because it's commercial sense that actually resonates with private sector companies. And we started off with mobile payments in Africa, M-Pesa, etc. was pioneered by us. My particular division, actually, we started through the funding from UK aid, similar to MECS. We gave grants for the very early pay-as-you-go solar companies. So if you've heard of M-Copas and Phoenixes, those models were essentially trialed through GSMA's money very early on. And therefore, when Professor Matt talked about PAYGO models and IoT, it immediately resonated with me because, the point here is these models already exist. We have seen how women interact with digital technology in particular. And that has a lot of similarity with how you are going to roll out your e-cooking services. That ladder that we were seeing here from the point of digital literacy, from the early stage of literacy to an adoption and recurring use, it's the same challenges we face on the digital side of things. The point to be understood is that women, as much as they might not be educated in a lot of rural settings, they are very cost conscious. They know their stuff. So when I think Ms. Dhamija was saying that women were coming and asking important questions, they do come and ask us. They know how to operate a solar panel. They actually value when they are able to see the energy usage on their mobile phones and monitor it. So nobody has to lock their LPG cylinders in a room. Why? Because they want to take control of that. And I think what we require when we work with women is that, a very thankless job called capacity building that does not give immediate results. That takes 5, 6 years of consistent work, working with these women and developing trust in the products and services. I think that is the most important part. The second point I think somebody mentioned, I think Nick was mentioning, was around maintenance. That these products need to be, there needs to be constant maintenance. It's not just maintenance, it's also the cost of maintenance. It needs to be cheap. They know if there is a pressure cooker, the CT is not working, they go, take it to a person, he'll fix it and comes back. If you give them an instant pot, what happens if it stops functioning? There's a fear, and we turn back, and we go back to our habits when we don't know how the tech works. And we've seen the same thing with digital technology as well. We have tools over, I think, last 6, 7 years, we've developed tools, basic digital skills tools that women are using. We call them MIST in different languages, and this is more pertinent to digital tech in particular. But same models can obviously be applied on modern energy cooking. So that's like, I think, my initial comment. Again, from my perspective, I've not worked quite so much with the carbon sector or cooking in India. We've worked more in Africa, in Bangladesh, for instance. But we've worked very closely with entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, and with the perspective that I'm bringing is theirs. That, it's very easy to say, oh, there are no female owners. There are no female owners because the sector is such. It needs a lot of enabling environment to bring these women up as leaders. But these guys, these women are actually your advocates. The moment you get them into these self-help groups, and if they like a product, if they feel like it's going to work for them, they are the ones who are going to drive it. So the whole message I want to communicate is we underestimate women in a lot of cases. We do not design products with them. I remember my mom fighting with my dad at some point saying, you know, ye kitchen ka patti itna ucha kyun bana diya? It's like, you know, I'm way shorter. Men design products. It doesn't work for us. So it's about including women genuinely and trusting their abilities in being able to drive these products and initiatives forward.
Thank you, Akansha, for that. And I think all of us in the room would agree to the fact that all the traditional practices that women have and the confidence that they have, if that's unlocked in terms of product designing, we will really have products which will be more useful and more meaningful for the Indian kitchens. And we will, I think, cut down a lot of trials and pilots that we do under the entire process. We'll expand on that. So I'll go to my next panelist, Ms. Shweta Ravi Kumar. I would request Shweta to share her broad remarks on this.
Thank you. I hope everybody is, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah, perfect, thanks. Thanks, Sheetal, for having me on this forum, and I think it gives me immense pleasure to be coming back to a topic that I started my career with as well. Like most of us, I think we all share that common roots, because a few years ago, energy access was the most predominant challenge all of us were trying to solve. Today, we have migrated to much larger issues like energy transition. So since this panel is on women, and a very important factor that was asked to be incorporated was culture, I'll try spending a little bit of time trying to give my takeaways over the last decade or so that I've observed. So I think firstly, the way a woman cooks has a profound impact on gender equality. We cannot take that away. And this is not the same for a rural woman and an urban woman. It's very different. So I think when we are trying to come up with technology or policy interventions, these two geographies should be kept in mind. And I'll just try to sort of illustrate this with some examples. So I think women are natural optimizers. I agree with what Akanksha said. On an everyday basis, we are running optimization programs in our head. We just don't call it cool models or have some sexy names for it, but we are doing it, be it financial optimization, be it resource optimization at the home, because the primary task is to make sure that the entire house is well fed, right? That comes inherently within our nature, whether we accept it fully or not. So how does this change in the rural setup? See, in the rural setup, the optimization problem they are trying to solve is for day-to-day survival. They couldn't care less about other environmental concerns and things. So when we talk about solutions, we need to make sure that we are catering to that. And I think here, clean cooking policies will be complemented by other policies. For example, we have seen a lot of discussion today on the Ujjwala scheme, which really brought in the LPG cylinders to the rural households. But if you look at the statistics, the retake of those policies buy-in year over year has dropped about from the 90 million subscribers, those who were benefiting from the subsidy, about 10 million of them sort of dropped out, and less than a million or so have sort of taken a refill. The reason being that the subsidy being provided was not large enough as per the price increase of LPG. So you have an external factor such as procurement of gas that has a direct impact on a rural woman deciding to buy or not buy an LPG cylinder. So I'm not surprised they're locking away those because it's not affordable, because in a rural household, cash flow is the ultimate challenge. They do not earn predictable salaries like us, so they cannot sort of optimize as efficiently even if they would like to. So I think that's an important factor. Another is a lot of families in the rural areas are also pretty large families, and usually the daughter-in-laws or the houses are the ones who are actually cooking. And if they do not have enough manpower because the households are big, it's usually the girl childs who are brought in as the second support. And one of the policies that mitigated this was the midday meal schemes in the schools, which actually reduced the burden on these households to feed another mouth. So they sent their kids to school because of that meal and not because they needed to be educated. But it was a fantastic initiative. We see a lot more girl child and kids in general going to school. So you see that's another policy that's having a direct impact on how rural household optimization is taking place. Now coming to the urban side, it's a bit different. Optimization challenge for people like us from the urban brigade is more about optimizing the different appliances. Access is for a given, affordability most of us can, not again everybody in the urban setup I would say, but at least those who are in the middle class and above can afford these different appliances. But what we need to do optimization is how we use these appliances, right? So if I can draw from my own example at home, if I'm cooking for just me and my husband, I'm probably using my pressure cooker because the quantity of food that I would cook is very little. But if I have guests coming in, I would probably switch to an electric cooker because the scale at which I'm cooking is much higher. So I'm optimizing across these things. So be it a water kettle, be it a microwave, I have umpteen options there. And so I think that needs to be kept in mind. And an aspect that I would like to bring here is again design, which is brought up by the previous speakers as well. If you ask me today, would I fully switch to e-cooking? Probably not, because there are certain dishes that I make which needs the fire. So why can't we think of a gas stove which has 3 or 4 burners with one fire, others electric? Why can't we combine them into one solution than I having to go buy multiple solutions? So that's again a challenge to be brought there. And here I'll re-quote or re-share what one of my African fellow professionals said at one of the other clean cooking forums, is that design also needs to be equitable in terms of geography. Why is every clean cooking technology in the global south where a woman has to crouch on the ground and cook? Why can't I stand like a white woman and cook? That's pretty much the ask. So when we are designing technologies, let's not just solve the immediate problem, but try to solve also the bit of a future problem. Maybe not yet in a rural geography just yet, but at least start with wherever we can so that we are mitigating the future problem instead of creating more problems for ourselves. And I think one of the last things that I would like to say is the culture of cooking is also changing, right? So, I mean, you look at the younger generation, since we brought them up in urban cities, they do not want to cook. So cloud kitchens is probably the way to go, commercial cooking. So we need to be looking at there. I mean, they are very clever, they're optimizing. I mean, this came from my colleague, I should give her the inputs, because I saw them when we were sitting together for lunch in the office. They said, I calculate the price of the fuel, electricity I have to pay or the gas that I have to pay, and the time that I will spend, it's not working for me, so I will Swiggy or Zomato it, it's cheaper. So that's the future of the next generation. So we probably should be looking at large-scale cloud kitchens with quality food coming in. And why can't the same model also go to rural setups? Why are we only thinking of individual household cooking devices? Why can't we have a community-based kitchen coming to the rural? The costs would probably drop down. It would give women an opportunity to socialize over other things and form other social bonds around which other livelihood programs could also be driven. So it need not be stuck lonely in a kitchen in your home, but come to a community center where it's safe, well lit, and a cheaper solution. So I think with that, I'll give the floor back to you, Shweta.
Thanks, Shweta. You made some wonderful remarks. I've picked the word optimization for myself. I think that was the most attention-seeking one. So, and one thing that I'd like to share on this, when we talk about women and we talk about optimization, and then when we say at one place that, you know, women might not appreciate the technological aspects of electric cooking, we must remind ourselves that I think all Indians would, all the people would agree with me in this room that how many times have we heard our, mothers saying that please, lower the flame while it's boiling, cover the lid so that you don't waste energy. So women understand the importance of energy long back. So we don't have to teach them. It's important that we tell them that electric cooking is very, very energy efficient. And I think that is some fact that will be equally appreciable by them. So with this, I'll move to my next panelist. I'm very glad that we have a chef on the panel, because honestly, since the time I have started working in electric cooking, the first question that comes is, can electric cooking cook the recipes, bring the flavors? Can I achieve that? So finally, glad I don't have to answer those things. I have a chef herself. So yes, health aspects. So Chef Divya.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sheetal. Cooking is an inbuilt ability, I would say, in women specifically for a reason that the manual is ingrained. We just upscale it and we refurbish it and we trickle down the processes to the families and we enjoy what we cook. But the processes, I would say, are complex, have complexities in them, and which we see when we cook the recipes. But what happens is the complexities comes with cultural beliefs, with the cooking patterns which we see in and around the areas in our families. And also when we send the recipes across to cherish in other countries or from other states or from other international cuisines which we savor, we see that they implement certain other cooking techniques using fire, charcoal or wood, which is not very, very positive to be taken ahead because we are talking about clean fuel and clean energy and green hydrogen projects and GSMs, etc. But what happens is when we talk of electric cooking coming into ventures like hotels, I would state that commercial cooking over electricity is little cumbersome for a reason that we cannot actually do much of bulk cooking onto it, and it takes a lot of time, whereas we can regulate the basic cooking patterns over heat quite easily. So it becomes adaptable also for women around and for commercial, for say hotels or for restaurants. But I would like to put forward a point that I see a change in the thinking pattern of women and in the hotel industry and the restaurant fraternity for a reason. Because the fuel costs have skyrocketed a lot. So to balance out the economical aspects of it, we are going towards a sustainable approach of electricity and clean fuels now, and taking into account the alternatives which are present in the local aspects as well as internationally. We are looking out for options. And I would also like to put forward that electric cooking or a cleaner cooking should be made quite evidently possible for women for a reason that they have a stigma attached in operating the equipments or trying something out which is new for them. And in that case, what I can suggest is we can standardize the operations if possible, but this is quite not possible for the industry, which is operating right now in the sources which we have in form of e-cooking chulas or the solar panel cookers which we have right now. So taking this forward, I would say we need attitude change and skill change and skill upliftment for a reason that we cook what we like, we consume, we serve it to other people, but in our own ways. I would like to take this opportunity that I can volunteer or the fraternity can volunteer for the same and teach or skill building capacity programs which the hotels are running, the CSRs which are running. They are doing it for several skills, but not for this particular skill. I would say because this is also a skill in fact, for a reason. You are cooking, it's a skill, it's a life skill, and then you are upgrading to something which is not your forte, is again a skill which you need to imbibe. So why not take this initiative or maybe take this forward as a platform to initiate some capacity building options which obviously are running through the Anganwadis and other state governments. But I still see what do you say? I still see a lag in the connectivity of the same. Maybe the chefs can come up with the contests wherein they can initially go for a boot camp and train the students or train the ladies which are there, and then they can actually compete and have the way forward in the sense how they can do a conventional cooking pattern dish on a platform. Thank you, Sheetal.
Thank you, Chef Divya, and thank you for bringing out that point of skilling and capacity building and the role that the hospitality sector can play. My teammate is showing me time to be ending, and I have yet to ask questions. So I'm turning to my next panelist, Renu from Dharma Life, and Dharma Life has worked a lot in terms of implementing such initiatives on ground. So could you share your experience from that?
Sure. Thank you, Sheetal. Thank you for giving this opportunity. And it's an honor to represent Dharma Life here. We have been doing quite a lot of work in the clean cooking sector. And we work as a distributor in this sector, distributor of clean cooking products. And we work as a promoter and capacity building and behavioral change events. We conduct that. So I have been hearing a lot of people since the morning related to the adoption and the role of women in this. We work with women entrepreneurs at the rural India, and whatever I will be speaking here, it comes from our experience of working with those rural women entrepreneurs and the rural households who are basically the actual users of these equipments. So we have been conducting few studies related to the adoption of these products, like how these products are adopted, what kind of feedback people are giving to us, and what kind of barriers rural women entrepreneurs are facing when it comes to promoting these products or selling these products in the rural market. So we saw that we had some of the products in the market earlier which were like single stoves, and as Shweta mentioned, that when women are cooking, they have, there are a lot of geographical importance of some different cuisines, and sometimes they have shortage of time, so they need to cook multiple items. So that was like one of the feedback, like the immediate feedback we could get from the women entrepreneurs and the rural households who were using those products, that the single stove is not helping us much if we want to shift entirely to the clean cooking. So there was this need, this demand for the double stove which came, and another thing which came up with was like they need a range of controlling the temperature. They need that extension in that device, because the device was earlier the devices were there that either you just, like if you want to cook poha or something, you don't know, you're not very well equipped with the induction cooktop, then you have temperature, you can control temperature up to 2 to 3 levels, and then either you just cook select a menu and start cooking it. So there was a demand of range of the temperature control in the device. So this is what we saw, that this was one, again, these were the few barriers which was leading to less adoption at the household level, and which was provided to the manufacturers in the market. And very recently, the double cook stoves have entered into the market now. So we have very recently did a testing of the double cook stove as well, and we found overwhelming results when it came to the adoption of the product. It was quite good. Women were using it for a longer time, and this time we could actually monitor the usage with a smart chip which was installed in the cook stove. So we could see the usage. We were getting the live reporting of how much they were using and for how long they have been using. So for the double stoves, because we gave single and double stoves both, and we saw the adoption rate for the double stoves was quite high, and there was a demand for the purchasing of that one as well. So it actually tells us about the participatory approach, that all the manufacturers or all the stakeholders who are working in this field, they need to have that participatory approach, bring in the feedback from the community level who are the actual users, whether they belong to rural area or to urban area. Every community have a different need, every geography have a different need when it comes to their food preferences. So we can bring those feedbacks, like the people like us, like the Life, we work at the field level, we test these products, we get the feedback of the people and get it to the manufacturers and the other stakeholders as well. So people like us can do this work and bring it to the forefront and give this as, one of the, be as a medium between the manufacturers. And then in the future, we can see that the adoption rate of these products can increase, and with the time, we may have other needs also to make some changes in the product. That is the one point. Another point I would like to mention here, when it comes to the adoption rate, we need to involve community. There's a lot of efforts which actually goes into the awareness generation and creating like making people familiar about the product. There is a lot of apprehension when it comes to cooking food on the induction cook stove. When we go to different geography, certain people have the complaints that we cannot cook rotis on induction cooktop. Some other people say that we cannot cook rice properly on induction cooktop. So what we found that when we were doing the cooking demonstration events at the village level involving the community, that time the results were quite high. And we have been using this strategy now in our distribution, and we have sold close to 45,000 induction cooktops very recently. So this has been seen that, okay, cooking demonstration actually plays a very key role when it comes to the adoption level, because it gives when you are giving a cooking demonstration using a local cuisine to making it in front of people, so it creates some kind of impact. And whatever blockage they have, like the barrier they are seeing that, okay, maybe the food doesn't taste well or something. So our cooking demonstration actually works in this way that the people from the community level, they come and they cook food on the induction cooktop, and then it is given for tasting to the, there are some panelists there who taste from the community only. They taste the food and they tell that what kind of taste the food does, and then is there any change when they are using the cooking, induction cooktop for cooking the local cuisines. So these are the, this is the second point which we have seen that it has a greater impact when it comes to the adoption rate. And the third point which we have seen in our studies is about the affordability, especially in the rural India, because they may not be able to afford a very expensive product, and it's not only like buying the induction cooktop. One of our panelists in the morning also mentioned about the products, the appliances which are used, the utensils which are used for cooking on the induction cooktop. In rural area, the major problem we see that the compatible cooking devices which we need to cook on induction cooktop are quite expensive. So we need to think about that. So when we are now talking about the carbon credit, so we can think about something carbon credit offset. So some kind of benefit we can provide to these households to continue using these products, and some kind of benefit can go to them. We can subsidize their cook stoves or the utensils cost which they are bearing in the very beginning, because if you go to an average household and if they need compatible utensils to cook on induction cooktop, it goes beyond 5,000 to 6,000, and in some cases it goes beyond that also if the family size is larger. So we need to see that what we can do in the carbon credit offset. If we have, it needs to come in the policies, and I am sure that we will see greater adoption in the future. So that's how I close my remarks.
And thank you, Renu. And I think you answered one of my questions, which was about looping in the feedback into product development and how that can increase the adoption rate. I would turn to the panelists for quick questions. I'll keep it like we have already exceeded our time, so we'll have to answer it quickly. First, Animeshri, EESL is implementing electric cooking at a large scale. So, are there specific initiatives that you are taking in terms of ensuring that you have women's participation at the supply chain level? You have your e-marts which are coming up very shortly. How do you look at that aspect?
Coming to that, not specifically that we have so many of energy efficiency appliances and program that we go ahead with, and answering it in a very short thing, that ESL has specially created a all-women team which specifically looks after most of women-centric programs which requires women decision-making has been taken, and they are the one who are going out and speaking to the SSG women, ASHA, Anganwadi workers, so that the connect happens fast, and we have seen a very rapid and great improvement with the acceptance level of people. And it's not only cooking, like it's also in the transportation sector, like we have joined hands with Azad Foundation and trained women drivers to drive electric vehicle. So similar activities are ongoing and it's not just specific to electric cooking or that, because we are into the larger area of energy efficiency.
Thank you. Thank you, Animeshri. Akansha, I would like you to answer one question that came up to us, which was, what systemic barriers limit women's participation in leadership and innovation roles in cooking sector?
Leadership and I think systemic barriers are, women usually gravitate towards sectors that are easier for them to handle. So like, traditionally they don't pick up energy as a sector, which I think from the onset, I mean, you can look at our engineering colleges, how many girls do we have there? It stems from that. But I think on the flip side, I wouldn't want to end with a barrier. I think we need to, whenever we look at energy as sector and say this is male dominated, we also need to flip it and look at who is collecting fuel, who is transporting this fuel, who is making a palatable product out of an agri-produce. All women, when you're thinking about biomass. So this is a workforce that is not recognized as such, and therefore there is no effort that goes in upskilling them. So no one is telling them, there is a new equipment out there, new way of cooking out there, it can make your life easier. That effort is not happening because they're not recognized as a workforce. And therefore, them rising up in the leadership roles and innovating is also marred by this systemic, I think, issue. Yeah, that's the short answer.
Thank you. Yeah, you've made it precise and we completely understand. Shweta, we want to just understand that how can policies and financial mechanisms be designed to support women entrepreneurs? We've had some discussion on women entrepreneurship in this sector. So how do you think that can be looked at?
Oh, that's a toughie, not my expertise per se, but yes, I think as Akanksha was mentioning, we need to recognize firstly the roles and responsibilities that they play, and I think here we need to empower these women, and I think if I talk to most of the women in the room or even beyond, I think simply to be heard and to be empowered is the focus. It's not lack of skills sometimes, it's simply given the opportunity to be able to present that, and I think we need to create those platforms and avenues to be able to talk without having to be judged in the wrong way. I mean, judged in the right way, yes, but those avenues need to exist, and I think the tide is turning. It's not as dry as it was probably when I started my career, but now you see far more young kids choosing energy, and I think that's also because the energy sectors has transformed. It's not the traditional sector that it was before. The very fact that we have someone from GSM sitting here on the table says so. We wouldn't have been talking about digital interventions in the energy sector 10 years ago. We were still talking about very, very traditional, limiting ourselves to biomass, but she brought in pay as you go, financial inclusion, bringing up opportunities. And actually, Africa is a fantastic example where a simple telecom product opened up the doors for a credit history, and based on just clean cooking, the households were able to procure finance for other livelihood. So be it for small machineries to upscale, do a business and improve their livelihood. So I think we shouldn't underestimate how a small technology or can have such a profound impact. So I think making these technologies accessible and a platform to be heard, I think, is the starting places. Yeah.
Thanks, Shweta. One final remark, Shomnil and Chef Divya. We are really running out of time, so.
Yeah, I think what we need to be very sure of, what is the end objective of doing all this entire e-cooking, right? So e-cooking is, we are promoting, right? So the end objective is whether we are trying to achieve the net zero, whether we are trying to just achieve doing, and as an alternate and becoming, a parallel for lesser biofuels and all of that stuff. But what really is not working is that, in fact, if we transition a little beyond rural, in urban India, you see that there is no penetration at all. We are not using our inductions in our households at all, right? Even if it is lying. I mean, very few or limited. Maybe people are cooking Maggies or, some basic products, right? And there is no foundations, right? Like, because if I want to really make some good, nice dish at my home, I will, of course, use fire cooking. And because there is a resilience, and I am not motivated enough to cook as even if you don't have, in my previous organization, we once had a non-fire men's cooking competition, which I incidentally won, and I won a prize of 10,000. And with that, I could have actually bought 2 more induction cook stoves as well. So maybe we need to think some model from the regulatory compliances and EESLs, and all of the people coming together, and an industry joint, what do you call, a blue sky discussion to see that how we can ensure shifting of some mandatory cooking, so some low flame cookings or high dishes which we are buying in packets, right? Processed foods, or we are cooking, we are fire frying, or we are doing something, right? Many of us are using air fryers as well, right? So, which is again an electric mode, right? So I think there is not any mandate or not any clearance. Like, if I need to cook, if I need to go for non-fire cooking, I may actually be used. So I am not trained enough or not skilled enough to understand that I may use this dish to utilize the air fryer or the induction as well. So why would I do that, right? I couldn't always do that. And I can, if I know, I can again teach 5 more maids in my neighbors and my colonies and my households, right? So I think the entire packaging industry, the food industry, has to take an approach and look at that. If we could also label them and sensitize products accordingly, that these could be also cooked under, like, we have, we buy our dishes or plates from the market, which has label as microwave safe, right? You buy Borosil plates because they are microwave safe, and you put those in microwave. I think we can also look at those things where, from all the industry perspective, that we could include those kind of labelings and packaging systems where they can seamlessly say that, okay, these are tested and this could be used by those inductions or whatever.
Thank you. My team is signaling we really need to now close the panel. So, Chef Divya, one final remark, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so I would like to put forward that let's glamorize the e-cooking processes. Let's make it very, very convenient so that people adopt the same and they are sensitized about the same. And I see there is a need for social media campaigns which can be run, for a reason that social media is the thing right now, which is thriving and making people accept and excel in things which they do not know. So why not take this forward in a manner which is the easiest for all, and let's make it convenient for everybody. Thank you.
We'll move to our next session. access versus adoption, role of supply chains of the entire e-cooking ecosystem, from raw material, sourcing to manufacturing, distribution, financing, and after-sale services. A well-integrated and efficient supply chain enhances customer satisfaction and reduces production and retail costs, making e-cooking devices more accessible. Developing specialized supply chain platforms for e-cooking can streamline operations, ensuring timely distribution, localized support, and maintenance services across urban and rural markets. Incorporating after-sale service, including end-life management, into the supply chain is crucial, as it improves product reliability, customer trust, particularly in remote areas where localized service networks are essential. Now I call the session chair, Dr. Nick Russo, International Liaison Manager, Modern Energy Cooking Services. And our panelists for this session, Mr. Ravi Shankar Chaudhary, Secretary General, Consumer Electronics and Appliances Manufacturers Association, SIAMA. Mr. Mazair Alam, General Manager, Marketing Strategy, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Ms. Anubha Sukla, Chief Commercial Officer, Husk Power Systems. Ms. Sumedha Avasthi, Associate CLASP.
Chains are absolutely critical. I think we've talked a lot about the challenge of enabling the whole Indian population to adopt e-cooking, and that means that you've got to have mechanisms for getting products into their space, and that means both maybe online but also physically, and you've got to make sure that they feel confident that these appliances that they may or may not adopt will be supported and they'll get help in using them and in maintaining them going forward. But the supplier, and for the companies that are looking to build business models, that is a big challenge. A country like India, which is so diverse, with people in very dispersed rural communities or in tribal communities, but also others in densely populated urban areas, how do you optimize your supply chain mechanisms, and how do you make good use of technology and online services to complement what still has to be, I think, often a face-to-face encounter, as again others have said earlier today, that there's no substitute for actually seeing someone cooking with a device to help you to think that that actually can work for you. So we've got a great selection of panelists here from a range of organizations, all with different experiences and approaches and models, and so we're going to hear from them about what their kind of basic approach is and thinking, and then we're going to delve a bit of that into sort of specific questions that arise. The panel has changed a bit since it was printed, so bear with me if I'm a little bit rusty. I think we're going to invite Mr. Mazair Alam first from IOCL, and I think I understand you have to maybe leave a bit early as well, so accept your apology.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So, Satyam. So presently we are discussing today clean cooking. So I am from Indian Oil, the energy of India. And why we are doing this clean cooking? We are selling oil. We are here because Honorable Prime Minister has given the challenge that Indian Oil should come forward and should do this. And so for the last 2 years, we have done various pilots across India, right from Lakshadweep to Leh, Udaipur, Delhi, etc. And finally, in January 2024, with the help of EKI, we have done a pilot of 350 units there in an Adivasi village in Madhya Pradesh, in Dhar. And after 6-7 months now, they are really blessing us. So the topic is very crucial to how to scale it up. And we found multiple challenges there. Because to train, like in the previous session, capability building and the training is very difficult. And in the villages, because this is a hybrid model, it also works on electricity. So what we have to do, we have to make earth pits in the villages. Because the system has PCB, it has got an electronic circuit. So we have to make earth pits in the villages to make this successful. Just we have shortage of time. You can go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah, see, you can see this, how the solar panel is getting installed. And these are real pictures. These are real pictures. And see how the initial survey is getting done and how then we are training them, our R&D Faridabad people, they were also there for continuously 10-15 days, and how they are getting trained, how to use it. Please. See, now it's a one-room house. It's one-room kacha house. And see, they are cooking. And initially, the type of utensils they were using. And this area, unlike in the north, we use very, very flat roti and very, very thin roti. Here the roti is very thick. The roti is very thick. It was a challenge. Rice can be easily cooked in the cookers. But the roti, and again, it has got an advantage that it goes up to 450, 500 degree temperature. So we like all pakoras, we like fried items, so it can be cooked. Please come next. Just play it. Next slide, play it. It is in the local language. Sound.
हम तो खुश हो जाए बस अब चूल्हा मिल गया तो अच्छा ना हम खाते रोटी अच्छी बना
नेक्स्ट
पहले तो हमको ऐसा लग्यो इनमें कैसे बनाना उन कैसे नहीं पर जो बनाने लगे तो हम आगे नहीं लगाता
चाय बन जाती है सब्जी रोटी और जो भी नॉर्मली खाना बनता है घर में वो सब इसी पे बनाते हैं
Now the difficulties. Now this is a successful thing. 350 units through some CSR unit, this is successful. Now what next? And fortunately, Government of India has recently included, we have requested and recently included in Article 6.2, 6.4. So now carbon credit can also be generated. Now how to scale it up? How to scale it up? How to make the awareness? And like in the previous session, because women are the deciding force, they have to take it into consideration for everything. No. So how to, senior ma'ams is also, madam is there. So how to scale it up? It's really a challenge, number one. Number two, first through CSR. Through CSR, we can start some pilot. And since now the carbon credit is there, so whatever income this CSR project will generate can be reinvested. So suppose we decide with 500 units in a village, in 2 years' time, that can be multiplied to say 750 units or 600 units, depending upon the carbon credit, depending upon the baseline survey, what has been done. So it can be a self-sustaining additional CSR projects. Some multinational companies are also talking to us because they will be investing here and taking carbon credits out of these projects to Europe and US. So the main challenge, manufacturing, because all the products except insulation in this. Insulation is coming at presently from African countries. It is manufactured by Murugappan Group and it is coming from South Africa. Other than that, all are in our country itself. So scaling up manufacturing is not a challenge, but the challenge is how we are going to involve the masses, how they are going to adopt it, from where we are getting the funds, how the carbon investors can come, how CSR money can come. That are the challenges. Sorry, everybody, first they thanks MECS and Finovista, then they start. I have started straight away with the topic. Thank you all, thank you.
Great, thank you. And do you need to, can you stay for a little bit, or you? Okay, thank you. Okay, so our next panelist is Ravi Shankar from the CIMA. Is that how I pronounce it? So it's an association that represents consumer electronics companies, and he's able to speak about the experience of that community in terms of establishing good supply chains.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity. And we are also outreach partners, so we have tried reaching out to our members and the audience. As mentioned by Mr. Nick, I represent Consumer Electronics and Appliances Manufacturers Association. It's an association of manufacturers who are into various appliances, including electric cooking devices. So this is the topic which is quite close to my heart, and many of our members are here to showcase their innovations in induction cooktop and electric cooking. And the theme of this particular session, how supply chain can enable the outreach of the product and how it plays the critical role. So I would like to mention that supply always has to adapt to the demand. Just an example, the upcoming festive season in India, Deepavali, many of our members are gearing up that these are the products, these electric devices are the inspirational products, very suitable, very apt for gifting, on gifting occasions. So how they can procure this to meet the demand? You must have heard many news about, say, sale of this electrical product, the showrooms were out of stock and all. So it's something which is quite encouraging, although we have been discussing the challenges more with respect to this product. But there are opportunities as well. And those are mostly because these are quite aspirational product, having green cooking, having a positive impact on the environment, on health conscious people. Women these days, they say, I had chips fried with air, in air fryer. So those kind of aspirations are linked with the electric cooking devices. And supply chain, obviously not just in terms of tangible, say, components or raw materials or the finished products. It's just not limited to these tangible aspects these days. It's beyond that, the intangible ones like, say, post-sale services, how it is basically organized, awareness on the product, troubleshooting if you have certain problem, warranty for the product. All these are part of the long value chain for these products, and they all play very crucial roles, especially for a product which is not, which has not been there for a long. People are not so aware of its technicalities, how it is going to make an impact to their lives, and also the transition. Although we cannot expect transitioning from the conventional cooking or LPG cooking to electric cooking in a day or in a year, but there must be a transition phase wherein people at least can use both together simultaneously, and this phase requires lots of change management. Like many examples were given, people especially in a rural area, not just rural but more in rural areas, I need say heat flamed roti. Will this device be able to give me? I will not get the taste for sure. People might say, the customers might say, while our people, distributors reach out to them, they say we are used to very much fried food. This is like, it looks like there is no cooking. We are just getting a cooked food. There is no flame, no cooking, but we are getting the cooked food. So it's like vegetable, just cooked, just boiled. Will it be like this? So these are kind of questions, queries, which need to be addressed, that see the innovations. Now you can have your roti, same which you are getting in heat flamed. Those innovations have come up in electric cooking devices as well. So basically, necessity is the mother of innovation, or we say if there is a will, there is a will, there is a way. So manufacturers have observed this, that especially in Indian context, what are the priorities for the consumers, the women, which are basically the target customers for these. In terms of, say for urban lady, it might be the time factor. They might say that if I have very less time, I would prefer high flame device, which can cook a bit early than induction cooktop. So different segment has different queries, and but this is a solution which is a very prospective alternate. try for it, see in what aspects it is better than the others. And for sure, it has, it's proven that it has very good environmental impact, not just limited to a household, but for the entire globe, and which is a mandate for the entire globe, I would say, not just for our country. So we are contributing to that. That is a novel factor which always there in the background of the mind. And the specific benefits which you are getting as a household. Your kids are seeing the aspiration that we have advanced to a level where we are cooking through electricity. So these also matter a lot from the perspective of households. And we have to see that how we can strengthen the supply chain. There might be area-specific challenges, target segment, income-wise challenges, right? For some people, although they are aware that it's saving electricity consumption is low, energy consumption is low, but their electricity bill, they might not be so comfortable with the electricity bill, which might not be subsidized for them, unlike LPG cylinder, right? So that's subsidized and the cost might look comparatively lesser than the electricity bill they are getting. So at a personal level, at an individual level, we cannot say it's cost effective for them. Although it's effective, overall if we say without any subsidy and all, so there might be some initiative on initially giving some incentive for this as well, like we do for anything, any initiative at its stage. So I can see lots of role both from private sector, basically the manufacturers, the government entities, public sector, so a collaboration of private, public industries, reaching out to those customers, to the end customers, and addressing their needs, challenges, queries, all these aspects, especially for a very niche but aspirational product. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've heard about some of the challenges and the needs, and on this side of me, I have two ladies who I think are going to help us with some of the solutions. So that's a good place to be. So we're first going to hear from Anuba Shukla, who works for Husk Power, and they have a platform which they've deployed in a number of countries, and I think including in some Indian states, to help support access to information about new products and technologies. So Anuba, can you tell us about Husk Power?
Not just access to information, but the products themselves. So it's a buying platform. But hi, thank you so much, Nick, for having me here. I'm Anuba. I am the Chief Commercial Officer at a company called Husk Power Systems. Husk, if you look it up, it's primarily known as a microgrid company that provides power to rural areas where access to power, good quality power, is a problem. In India, we are present in the states of UP, Bihar, and Jharkhand, apart from being present in a lot of places in Africa. And on top of the energy platform, we built an e-commerce platform, realizing that once people get access to good quality electricity, they also can finally actually imagine having appliances that work on that electricity. So we have been providing energy efficient devices to our customers for a while, and we have a lot of learnings out of that, and I hope that I can share some of them over here, which could be useful to the forum, right? I have loved the conversations that have happened. In fact, I was wondering what I'm doing in this panel, because the panel before this was where I would have wanted to be, just as a woman, that a lot of the things that they said resonate a lot. If you talk about e-cooking more viable, right, it is definitely a combination of three things, one of which we are addressing here. It is the product themselves, it is the distribution, and it is the financing or the money that goes towards making the new technology more viable, right? So product, I've heard a lot of conversation, and we do have some panelists here who are talking about the product, but again, I am a woman first, right? And I cannot step away from the fact that the product needs to make sense. The product needs to be useful to the person that is actually using the product. Right now, especially, and I'm speaking about rural areas of India and Africa, right now the e-cooking solutions that we have, they don't make sense for our customers. They don't make sense for the population. A woman who has access to a great low-cost cooking device that we have here would probably still not find it useful if she's used to like 5 burners and multitasking and sending people off to their houses and offices early in the morning, especially if she does not have a confidence that she's going to have power to use that cooker in the morning. They will continue to go back to the old methods whether it's using wood or whether it's using LPG to cook, because in the end, the primary purpose that the product should be solving is to be available to cook. And I'm not seeing these as a replacement of what they are using right now, right? So unless and until we actually build products that are not only useful to them, but are also adding some value to their life, besides just probably being a cheaper source of cooking for them, I don't see the adoption or the change happening, right? The second thing that I would like to say is, I do see a lot of focus in changing the user behavior. It is the toughest thing in the world to do, right? All of us, anybody in marketing, if we have attempted it, we know that the toughest thing in the world to do is to change a user behavior, especially ingrained habits. It's so much easier to change your product to fit that user behavior. How do we make that happen? That's where the product innovation comes in, right? Let me come to distribution, which is the topic over here. We are into e-distribution. We have done hundreds of thousands of products distribution across both the continents that we are in. In e-cooking, the challenge is a little more complex. I heard somebody say that women are the customers. I'm not sure if that's true. Women are definitely the end users, but are they the buyers? Are they the ones who are making the decision? Especially in rural areas, who is the one who is stepping out and going out and buying the product? Does that person even see a need or a necessity of the product that they are going out and buying? And coming back to the original point, right, which basically was the right product. If the product is not good enough to replace the existing cooking solution, if it's just an additional product which can help in some ways, or where there is an aspirational thing that comes into mind, the moment that it becomes a discretionary spend, is it the woman's discretionary wish that is going to be the first thing on people's mind? Probably not, right? The woman herself would probably not do it. She would go out and buy other things that the rest of the family requires before going for it. So distribution also needs to figure out who is it that we are targeting, the user, the buyer, what are the specific benefits for each one of them, and are we communicating it to them well enough, frequently enough, and answering their queries enough for them to really take it up for both the categories, both the segments. And the third thing is, I'll still just touch on it, right? The financing aspect of it. If we want a more expensive solution than what they are used to, let's say just the general chulha that they are used to, where they're not really spending anything, or LPG where they already have a setup and they'll have to change both the appliance and the utensils they are using, it is a spend. If we are looking at saying that go ahead, give it a try, we will probably need to enable financing. Once again, financing for women is not the easiest thing in the world. Even though time and again the world has seen that women are definitely better people to give a debt to, the entire Grameen Foundation is built on that principle. Financing for women is not easy, because financing for women requires them to have bank accounts, access to their bank accounts, a credit score, which is built on their ownership of other things, which they also do not have, right? So it's a vicious cycle. So at some point, we need to also break the financing barriers and make sure that we sort of make the access easier for them. A lot of microfinance institutions are doing that. So are we. The credit underwriting mechanism that we have to finance things like e-cook stores actually give preference to women buyers. It's early days. We are seeing some results, but it's going to take a lot of consolidated effort to actually address each one of these 3 points for e-cooking to really become viable in a space like India. And I'm not even touching upon Africa right now. That's a whole different beast, right?
Okay, that was controversial. Do you need to head off? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So our last speaker panelist is Sumedha Awasthi. I've probably not pronounced that right, but from CLASP, and they've been working with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency on a number of projects and other projects without B on standards. And so she will talk about the importance of enabling users to understand the quality of products and to differentiate products by things like energy efficiency.
Thank you, Nick, and good afternoon to everyone. A very difficult session after lunch. Thank you for sticking around. So I'm from CLASP, and CLASP basically works on energy efficiency, building appliance standards. We work very closely with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency on the standards and labeling program. So Mr. Abhishek was there, Mr. Milind sir was there in the morning. He spoke about the SNL program. And I mean, Syama is here, and we had just a meeting 3 weeks back with the manufacturers. The program is in the voluntary phase. There are tests available, there are labs available to do the test, but we still see none of the manufacturers coming forward and registering for it. So we are trying to understand, what the gap is around that and how we can support the manufacturing community to start registering for these models. And now the question would be, why is that important? Why does the appliance need, standardization? So I think here, working in India and in the Kenyan market via CLASP, we've seen that confidence in the product quality is essential to the development of these weak and off-grid appliance markets. And if the products are of substandard, and if they go to the end user and there's a breakdown at that part, they will not come back and fix it. Because currently most of these models are being given on a grant-based model. So we see that after-sales services in these rural areas is still a very big issue. And India is still manufacturing some of these units. When I talk about the Kenya market, it's very different. There, for a pump, like a solar water pump, they're still struggling. So induction stove is still a far cry. So we believe that standardization of these products is important. Manufacturers should step up, they should come up and discuss with BE if there are issues in the program. And I would want to use this platform to kind of promote that. Additionally, I also wanted to talk about one of our programs. We've done a program with MECS on EPC, which is electric pressure cooker. This is a Global Leap Awards program. And that was a competition in which we tested EPCs. There was a lab testing, and there was a controlled group testing with the actual end users. And about 13 companies came forward with that. So learning from those tests, now we've come up with another Global Leap Awards program. This is around induction stoves. And this competition is specific to India and Kenya. And we are requesting manufacturers to nominate their products. These products will be given to end users, and they'll go through a testing process for 3 months, where these end users will be given recipes, and they will test how are the products, the taste of the food, is it the same as what it was on an LPG? Is the energy consumption, are they seeing a rise in energy bills? And is that rise something they can kind of pay for or not? So we are doing these tests with them. And in addition, what we've done is we are also doing lab testing of the products. So they'll be tested in NABL accredited labs on safety and performance standards. And there'll be one winner who will be awarded. And there'll be a buyer's guide which will be printed, which will have like details of each of these products. So just to sum it up, but that standardization is important, and to drive these programs only if good products are kind of promoted in the market, they'll be, it'll benefit the end users and also the companies, because if a Philips is, it has a name in the market for a reason, a Prestige has a name for a reason, right? So, yeah.
Okay, I think I've got five minutes apparently. Okay, so what I want to just ask all the panelists is one question, and you can all each answer it in different ways, but a supply chain essentially is a process of steps that takes, essentially if you're focusing on the customer end, it's going from a supplier to an end user, and there has to be a flow of information, and there has to be a flow of products and finance coming back, and other interactions. Very few organizations will have all those elements themselves. They generally require some form of collaboration and some kind of technical sort of handoffs that take place, whether that involves fancy technology like, what am I thinking of? Sorry, Dashboard, yeah. So I'm just interested in your experiences of, because you've got a Husk Power platform, how do you work with other partners in achieving a seamless experience for the end user that enables them to get a product that they're happy with?
Thank you so much, Dr. Nick. As you mentioned, the key pillar or key enabler technology, how it plays a role in supply chain basically, and how we blend it with the local representation, the human face and the say remote virtual technologies or the virtual interventions. So especially for a product which is still in the niche category, the human face is very much required, and that too in the rural segment where people themselves cannot troubleshoot the product in case of any challenges coming to the product device. They cannot operate chatbot and all those technical solutions which probably an urban customer can do. What I mean to say is, although technology has been a great enabler, and this particular segment also has witnessed lots of technological support and intervention, human face, say the person from the community, especially when we talk about distribution channel for a rural area. So a community-based person who is considered a thought leader among their community. So it will provide the trust along with the technological support that this person has from the manufacturer or the supplier. So let's term it as trust-enabled technology, right? Technology has been an enabler, and this enabler also needs some enabling, and that is trust factor. So, especially when you visit a rural area, they do not have that much trust on technology. I'm comparing it with an urban setup. So their trust plays a major role, and where there is a scope to bring the trust by the someone from the community itself, who is quite aware of the technicalities of the products. He has access to, say, the product manuals, product videos over his phone, his or her phone, provided by the manufacturer or the supplier. And that he or she can transmit in his own language, in his own convenient, familiar method to the households. So that actually creates an impact, and he or she can also answer those customized questions. The rural household may ask, say, I am expecting some guest this evening, and I opt for your device, and what if electricity goes in between? So I will keep waiting for the electricity to come up? This kind of questions the person might face. So the answer he or she has to be ready with, that you have to choose the device based on the occasion, whether it might not be the best device to choose when you are expecting someone from outside. It's good for, it might be a good solution for, say, patient cooking. You don't have so much hurry. You can wait, even in the cases where electricity may not be a very good day for the electricity. Or he may even say, he or she may say that your guest at least will be impressed that you have opted this cooking for them, and it might taste better, even if they have to wait for some more time. So these are some questions, queries, doubts coming in from the specific set of people, which only the person who is well versed with the ground realities of that particular locality can respond to. We cannot have a customized product manual which answers these kind of questions, right? So a blend of technology and local community, we call it, say, online and offline modes, and it's always, it's everywhere proven that if we have a good mix of online technological interventions with the human touch, it works wonder. So we should adopt this phenomenon in this particular device as well. And I think that is something that might be a key differentiator. While we say that there are lots of infrastructure, our fellow colleagues mentioned at length that, and that's our reality. I acknowledge that there are challenges in the rural areas. It cannot be a sole source of cooking, right? That's true. But for some occasions, they can choose. And if they get such kind of queries, they get the trust that if my product fails, then it's a technical product, there might be some challenges. So someone is there, I will go to him or her. I don't have to basically look to the chat bot. I don't know how to operate it. I call customer care. There are lots of options. I get confused. So those kind of apprehensions might get addressed. And on behalf of CMA members, our association members, I would also like to give confidence to our fellow from class that we have been working very closely with BE and the CLASP team. And I'm glad sharing this with you that BE has shown the confidence on CMI and its members. They have proposed that if you feel that the current table on, say, the leveling of this product, this is currently in voluntary phase, and the manufacturers are not actively coming in to register their products, there must be something wrong with the technicalities, or you feel it's not practical, then propose from your side. We will see if it is fine, then we will go ahead with this. So this is the confidence we are getting from the regulator. It's something word of proud which I would like to convey from here. And also to give confidence, our members are already compiling all the data details, test data, performance data of this device. And there has already been a series of consultation organized. And very soon we'll be submitting all the details. We also want that endorsement from BE should come gradually, so that when some stars coming in from a government department, that plays a great role, that we understand. And whether it's urban area or rural, everywhere they are aware of those stars on the appliances. And my little daughter keeps counting how many stars we have on this and the other appliances. Why we have 3 star, why not 5 star? So this kind of aspirations and a new generation professional women, all of them have those aspirations. And I thank for sharing this on behalf of our members.
Okay.
Should I? Yes. Yeah. So first of all, Ravi, my friend, I totally disagree with you on the first point. Rural customers are no less aware of or interested in technology than urban customers. Rural consumers are probably spending way more time with technology, honestly, than urban consumers are. If you were to guess on how much time a person spends on their phone, an average person spends on their phone on a in a rural area, what would you say that is?
They have more time to spend, basically.
Yes, and hence they are, right? They are very, very aware of what's happening in the world. They are very, very aware. And they're very interested, and they are watching the rest of us sitting here in Delhi, getting our groceries delivered in 10 minutes flat, people fighting for that, and asking why are we not building the same services for them. You say that it's not possible to build that custom user manual for them. Why not? You've built it for the urban user, right? And that's where I think, Nick, we come to your point. How does partnership work in the entire supply chain? The thing that you say that is not possible for you is probably the thing that we are an expert at. And the thing that I am not able to do, which is actually build these products, you are the experts at, right? And I think we will all have to be cogs in this entire machinery for the machinery to move forward properly. I think I just want to leave it there, right? We are the experts in distribution. We are the experts in understanding the customers. We are the experts on making sure that we build chatbots that those customers like to use, not just try to put a label on the existing chatbots and say, hey, these guys are not okay with chatbots. So talk to us. We'll help you there. Yeah.
So just one experience I want to share, and I echo what Anubha said, that when we did this EPC challenge, there was a WhatsApp group which was created. And women were making videos, they were sharing their recipes on those WhatsApp groups, and if the machine broke down, they would just send a voice note, and some of them were not literate, but they were sending voice notes and communicating with us. So technology is important, and those kind of, I understand that was a pilot, and it was easy to communicate with the end users, and industry, like for manufacture, it would be difficult, but I'm sure there are a lot of IoT systems which are in play, remote monitoring systems which are in play now, which can kind of support these things, where there can be a two-way communication for it.
Thank you. I'm going to end, but I do think this has been a very constructive conversation. It was awkward for me sitting here, but I think that there is a genuine. I want to embrace your offer, if you like, that we should be working together more, and we should be learning from each other, and not to criticize or to say anyone is wrong, but say that's your perspective, but I have other information. And I think a lot of the people who do run these supply chains out into the markets have direct experience of users, and that is very, very valuable information. I would even call that intellectual property that you could be making use of, and that people who are in your membership should be learning from them and working out how to work together, because you do have different perspectives. But I think it's great that we've had this conversation, and I hope we'll continue. Thank you.
We'll have a quick 10 minutes tea break. And after that, we'll gather in large scale scaling up of e-cooking. So distribution companies, DISCOMs, are critical enablers in the adoption and success of e-cooking technologies. And they are responsible for ensuring that the electrical infrastructure, including transformers, distribution networks, and last mile consumer support, can support the growing demand from e-cooking appliances. A reliable and stable supply of electricity is fundamental for households adopting e-cooking, and this often requires DISCOMs to upgrade infrastructure and optimize load management and peak load projection to handle the additional load efficiently. Additionally, they serve as educators, informing consumers about the benefits of e-cooking, such as energy efficiency, cost savings, and environmental advantages, and guiding them on how to use electric cooking devices effectively and safely. This panel will focus on various roles DISCOMs can play in accelerating the adoption of e-cooking, the infrastructure challenges they face, and the innovative solutions they can implement to support this transition. With this background, I invite the session chair, Ms. Reena Suri, Executive Director, India Smart Grid Forum, and our panelist, Professor Jyoti Parekh, Executive Director, Integrated Research and Action for Development, IRADE, Mr. Gopal Naria, Vice President, BSES Rajdhani Power Limited, Mr. Rajan Vashne, DGM, EMG, and BE, NTPC Faraka, Professor Rudradeep Majumdar, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Advanced Studies. Yeah. Now I request Ms. Reena Suri to please take the session forward.
A very good afternoon, rather good evening to all. I know we are post-lunch and post-tea, so we do not have many people here to hear, but I'm so happy to be chairing a session with such esteemed panel and experts with me today, dwelling upon a very critical issue. Which is a role of DISCOMs in scaling up of electric cooking. We have heard from many panelists and experts who have joined us for various sessions today on what are the solutions, what are the products, and what are the challenges in terms of distribution of the products, and what are the policies required, incentives, and role of customer that we have, and also role of women has already been dwelled upon. But the most critical aspect around how to power these electric appliances that we wish to reach each household to ensure that the emission reduction and the transition that the government is looking for is met. And in India, the pursuit of clean cooking and energy access has been complex and multifaceted journey because of the vast diversity that we have. And talking about energy access for all, not so long ago, many forums talked about that we more than 1.3 billion people are under the energy poverty and lacked energy access, and half of them are residing in India. But with the targeted programs of Government of India, we have been able to pull out more than 500 million people from the energy poverty, and we have electrified more than 600,000 villages across India, over the past decade. And extended the electricity grid access to more than almost 99% households in India. Notably under very successful scheme called Saubhagya, and which electrified 28 million households in the remote area itself. So with these schemes, launched by the Government of India, however, with every home getting energy access, it makes immense sense, economic sense for promoting electric cooking. and which is a preferred mode of cooking in many, many developed countries already. And the Indian government has undertaken several landmark initiatives like Go Electric program, and has included electric cooking as one of the key components. They have also allotted city gas distribution licenses to many agencies. However, the cost per customer is very, very high, close to 25,000 per customer that they have to bear. But with our white paper on electric cooking, ISG propagated that why not strengthen the grid, which will only cost about 8,000 to 9,000 per customer, to strengthen and have at least 2 to 3 kilowatt of electrons flowing to each grid, each household, so that they can move to a cleaner way of cooking by using electric appliances. And also air conditioning, because heat is really going to be a big challenge going forward for the citizens. So this will solve dual purpose for the citizens. So with the availability of reliable power, thousands of households will be adopting electric cooking, and which will lead to a measurable impact on not only the customer, their economics, and the way of living, but also maybe this will be an additional source of revenue for the DISCOMs going forward. However, DISCOMs as the last mile delivery agency of the electricity and to the consumer, they have a very critical role to play in the distribution distribution of power, to ensure reliable power to all, as well as promotion of electric cooking, since they are the ones who are touching upon with the customers on a daily basis. So with those initial words and citing the importance and criticality of DISCOMs playing a key role in scaling up of electric cooking, I have the pleasure of welcoming all our esteemed panelists today. We have a very diverse group of panelists from policy maker to experts bringing decades of experience on the table, and a distribution company senior official is with us from Delhi, and as well as research institution with all the experience that they are bringing. So let me start and given the mic over to our panelists, and request that you please give initial 3 to 4 minutes initial remarks around your thoughts on the topic. And then maybe with the second round, we will come with specifics of what you think can help promote electric cooking, and what should the DISCOM's role be, what should be the policy makers' role be to push with having the right infrastructure to ensure the DISCOMs are reaching out with the required number of electrons to the customers. So with that, let me invite Professor Jyoti Parekh ji. I would request your initial remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Reena, and also Max, for inviting me. I remember for many decades we have been trying to have different cooking solutions, starting from biomass, biogasifier, husk power, with Professor Jerry Leach, and Matthew is here, and with Amulya Reddy and so on. But we have seen that this thing is moving very, very slowly. And but then again, there are many people who have moved up also. So there is a market keeps changing, and time for electric cooking is now. You have to, but when you say the role of DISCOMs in electric cooking, it's assumed that there is a role for them. Yes, there is, but what is in it for them is also something we have to think about. Now, certainly revenues from some people, but as we heard also, that rich people don't really, they are using it as a spare device or camping device or what. So one has to think about telling them, well, national good, global good, humanity, but all these things are nice, but let's see how we can progress further. Now, when you say there is no hope that urban, high income urban people will shift to that, that's quite correct, because they won't need it, and then they can have an extra thing lying in their closet. But I think that one has to, in India, there are customers and customers and customers, and there are lots of groups which can go for it in time to come. And even the very wealthy would have to be on board, because at some point, both LPG and PNG may not be there as a sustainable fuels. So, but that's several decades away. But in the meantime, we also have people who are getting LPG for some time and not all the time. And there are many such people. They may be Ujjwala, they may not be Ujjwala. So DISCOM does have revenue benefits right now. And till about, they can decide for themselves, but till 10-20% load, I mean, it will not matter too much, but then gradually problems will start building, and I'm sure that they are aware of it, and we'll hear more about it later. But right now, one can get going with choosing our right customers, and they are not going to be very poor either, because we just heard from Indian Oil also that there may be government claims that there are all houses are electrified, but yet the high quality electricity is not there. So one still has a large number of millions of households which are where one can reach. So, but DISCOMs do have a considerable amount of problems like reactive power and you know, the load management and many such things that would arise and disrupt the system. So one has to think of that. Now, what are the policies and incentives they would need? They can, of course, articulate that, but meeting a common ground for all the people, Pareto optimal solutions, where everybody benefits, the space can be small, but it can grow with appropriate problem-solving methods at appropriate time. So there is you need a roadmap that, that can be created by people who have been in the field for some time. So I hope that the other speakers first enlighten what they are doing, and then we can come to that, what I said. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Parekh. I would now request Dr. Shobhit Srivastava from Scientist. Sorry. Then I request Mr. Rajan Varshne, NTPC, to please give your initial opening remarks, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Finovista, for inviting me here. My initial remarks include, like, DISCOMs have, in the changing scenario, be ready to supply power 24 hours without fail, more reliable, good quality power. So they have to, in any case, strengthen their network, distribution network, and time of the day tariff will come maybe in some time, in some years. So all this thing, if they are not able to do, they are not able to improve their health, they are not able to improve the distribution network, then they have to pay penalties also, as already mandated. So for e-cooking, we require reliable power, 24/7 power, and with this preparations, they will be able to avoid those penalties also, and it will be a win-win situation for both DISCOMs as well as consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varshne. Now I request Professor Rudrodeep Majumdarji, please give your initial remarks.
Thanks, ma'am. My warm regards to Professor Jyoti Parikh, Reena Sori ma'am, Rajanji and Gopalji. I am very thrilled and privileged to be present here in this panel with all of you. I will be just reflecting upon a study that we did with MECS Finovista, and from that I will be actually pitching some problems which still persist, which DISCOMs need to address. We did a household survey of 910 households in the low to medium income group. That means rupees 35,000 or below income level. And many of these households, they actually lacked load-bearing capacity in the kitchen where the cooking will happen. About 13% household had no 5 ampere plug even, and 5 ampere plug, for example, does not do any good to the electric cooking. And 64% household had only one 5 ampere plug, and 47% of the household did not have any 15 to 20 ampere plug, which is actually the essential part of the electric cooking appliances. So that is a major hindrance in the last mile connectivity. Then my survey also showed that 50% of people, they reported transformer bursting before the power cuts every time it happened. So that means overloading, improper tapping, hooking, or improper infrastructure upkeep possibly is happening in many localities. And more care is required for this precious infrastructure. And in my one of the earlier NIAS workshops, many seniors suggested, including CESC, that cooking commons may be a precious idea, because many households, we cannot give wiring to all the households. But in my survey, I found out that while it may work for EV charging, cooking is a much personal and very intimate activity of the household. During the cooking mohalla or any kind of festival, the adrenaline and the happy hormone works for, so it will work for a couple of days in the commons. But when we go to our mundane daily life, possibly the privacy has to be respected, and cooking commons may not be that successful. That I got impression from the low to medium income household. Possibly it will be working in some other segment. In India, it is the diversity is so much, I cannot generalize. Then demand aggregation through DISCOM. The manufacturers told that with the demand aggregation, the average price of the standard e-cooking appliance can come down from 5,000 to 4,000 rupees. Whereas people in the low to medium income household, they said that they are ready to pay. Those who want to pay, about 50% they don't want to pay. Those who are ready to pay, they are going to pay up to a maximum amount of 3,000 rupees. So this balance of 1,000 rupees, even after demand aggregation and price reduction at scale, has to be borne. It is a hidden cost. So with this, I will just pass on to Reena ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think these are very good points that you have put together from the survey you've done, and I'm sure going to Mr. Gopal Narya, I'll be able to talk about some of the things he's addressing out of these. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Finovista, for organizing this event and particularly giving us a chance to share our views and share our initiative. So far, we can support to the electrical cooking adoption in India. So particularly, I am from BSES Rajdhani Power, Delhi DISCOM. We are a joint venture of Reliance Group and Delhi government, 50-50. We have two distribution company. One is Rajdhani Power and another is Yamuna Power. So we cater almost around 65 to 70% area in Delhi. So far, electrical cooking promotion activity, we are totally aware about the initiative being taken by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, various different forums. It's very interesting. We are also interested considering two social values. One is, it is a green cooking. So far it is concerned in the Delhi, because one of the major pollutant, both in terms of temperature and other emissions, is cooking. Because we can't avoid that part unless we adopt some alternate means. We have already started journey to transit from conventional fossil fuel petrol and diesel vehicle to electrical vehicle. Public infra is also being transformed. Most of the DTC is adopting on large scale the electrical buses. Delhi Metro is already there. And electrical vehicle is now reality. It's a very huge success story it is. So it is incentivized, and particularly this sector is so far is untouched, but we are aware that there is going to be a huge expectation from all the consumers to support them for their energy need, particularly in electrical cooking. This is the one. Another one important is energy sector is a regulated sector. So whatever actual cost will be passed on to the consumer. So your tariff is going to be based on all actual expenditure. And there are fixed norms for the stakeholders like investor or particularly for return. So all the expenditure, may it be a power purchase cost or may it be the infrastructure building cost or maybe a service cost, is going to be borne by consumer. So one very important factor I just wish to share with you that is concerning us is that there is a huge gap between peak demand and average load factor. Average load factor where just we were listening from in the previous panel also, is going to improve because of electrical cooking adoption, because by an average, the average consumption of each household in terms of electrical energy will increase, and that will increase our average load factor. So that's a very important factor that's drive the basic energy cost to the consumer. So that's are the two important considerations in spite of a lot of other challenges that we are going to face. That's the reason why we are going to support. We are supporting this type of initiative. These are the two social causes. Now, challenge-wise, if you might be knowing, because Reena ma'am, she is well connected with us, and we are mostly part of most of their initiative. One very the area of concern, particularly in the metro like Delhi, is we are landlocked place. Other metro, if you compare Delhi with Bombay or Calcutta or Chennai, so peak demand of Delhi is equal to Bombay plus Calcutta or Bombay plus Chennai. So that just double, and that lasts only for 30 hours in a year. But I can't say no to any consumer even for 1 minute. So I'm supposed to build an infrastructure. Now, if we will add the expected adoption of electrical vehicle load into the electrical network, there are huge momentum due to improvement in financial capability of individuals throughout country, and particularly in the Delhi NCR region. The adoption of air conditioning, cooling need, and third one like the cooking adoption, that's going to create a massive rise in the peak demand. Unfortunately in Delhi, the peak demands comes in the night time around 10 to 11:30, because most of the people will be back to their home from their the service place, and then subsequently people will be also charging their vehicle, and at the same time if we are expecting the electrical cooking, so that is going to add a massive rise in the peak demand. So what is wrong with the peak demand? Nothing. We are supposed to build the capacity, but one thing very important part that we should keep in our mind is that we are in the Delhi city where the planning part lacks the consideration for utility infrastructure need. So far in the Delhi public sector, the Delhi domains data says that by 2030, we are expecting Delhi peak demand of almost 11,500 megawatt. This year, we touch around 8,600 megawatt. And that was that demand we meet with a lot of constraint. If without constraint, I mean, there was a demand from consumer and the source was also available from generating companies. But unfortunately, the transmission infra within the city was not capable to deal with. Almost 50% grid were overloaded at DISCOM level, and most of the state transmission utility grid were overloaded, particularly on peak days. So that means there need a huge capacity addition. Unfortunately, there is no space available. for transmission infra. And the second part, for distribution infra, we have to reach to each and every consumer. For that, we need to add a lot of transformers. And we need to lay a lot of cables. Unfortunately, there is a space for laying cable. See, I have to reach, for reaching any consumer, nobody is ready to allow to lay any transmission line or electrical lines either overhead or underground. Nobody prefers because that's not in good shape. That's one consideration. Safety is another consideration. And particular culture of, there are huge scope of improvement in that part. But that doesn't mean there is no solution. We are working as a distribution utility with Delhi government, central government, and almost all the forums. There are so many technical solutions is under discussion. Like utility duct is the one. If you consider down the line 40 years before, nobody have ever imagined that a train can run below the old Delhi city. We are running metro. So that can be a solution. It doesn't have a huge capital expenditure considering the amount of commercial involved. If you consider altogether all the utility, may it be a telecom operator, may it be a water supply, may it be a gas supply, may it be a municipality which is maintaining sewer system of the city, or electrical utility or road. Because pathole is the one of the outcome of all these activity. And another very important factor is that there are massive damage of utility asset by different utility. Electrical utility is damaging road, drain, fiber cable, gas pipe, water pipes. And the same thing is happening with us also. Around 15 to 16,000 cables failure is attributed to the different utility works to us. And that's all cost is being borne by the consumers. So this type of solution is very essential. So we are just at the policy advocacy level. We are engaged with all town plannings, smart city forums. ISCF is one very important stakeholder. That's area where we expect, unless this type of solution is adopted, the sustainability in terms of electrical need of consumer, particularly in the city like Delhi, is going to be a big problem. So that's the one. Another cooling area also, day by day it is increasing, but district cooling and the similar other solution is very interesting if you look not only at the commercial angle or the energy efficiency angle also, but because all the new development, like any new shopping complex or any new government or any other similar commercial development has a district cooling. But what we advocate is a redevelopment of certain district center. Like in Delhi, almost all the district has a center. Like in Nehru Place, like the Pikaji Kama Place, so many, almost all the district has one center. And that center is surrounded by all type of consumers. The residential consumer is also there, commercial are also there. So it's a really very good mixture of consumer, and it will ensure the viability of district cooling. District cooling is a failure in certain country. It is a successful in certain country. In Europe, it is successful because it is a round the year need. Heating and cooling, it is a club somewhere. But in Gulf, we go there, it is a problem because of the method they have adopted. But redevelopment is the only solution for, if I give example, we are trying to develop one such system in Nehru Place. Nehru Place is our head office. There are 3 metro stations, an entire Nehru Place commercial complex. Nearby, so many different office premises, hotels are there. There are 5-star, so many different hotels, and very big residential pockets. So if district cooling is adopted, so within very limited capacity addition, we can serve round the clock with highest possible efficiency to the consumer. Why this is necessary? If we keep in mind our narrow place grid, it has a peak demand of 60 to 70 megawatt. But if we adopt a district cooling, almost 70% peak demand is due to cooling need.
Right.
If we club all together this requirement, it will come down to 30 megawatt. So we will be able to cater to the consumer in narrow place district for another 20 to 25 years with the same capacity. So that cost is being borne by the consumer. Because it is a regulated business, ARR is the one which levelize all the expenditure. And the scalability is a challenge unless we adopt them. The second important part of this district cooling, it can use sewer water for cooling the system. So I need not to pump all my sewer water to the Yamuna river. I can
That's a wonderful initiative, Mr. Naria. So sorry, we'll come back to you and in paucity of time, sorry I have to interrupt. Any other point initially, but maybe I'll come back to you, have more questions from you. Yeah, thank you so much, and congratulations that, DISCOMs, we only expect, good, reliable power coming to our homes. But we have to really appreciate what all goes in the background to ensure that, we are comfortably sitting in our homes with the air conditioning and the appropriate lighting. So many congratulations for that. And I understand the peak was really high. Expected was, I think 7,000, but we almost touched more than 8,000. And which our utilities were able to cater to. So that is a wonderful job you've done. Coming back to the electric cooking and enhancement and ensuring that, the reliable power is reaching the customers to be able to use these appliances. Do you think, I would like to come back to our expert panelists that with this Prime Minister Surya Ghar Mufti Bijli Yojana and so many new consumers becoming prosumers, utilizing the rooftop to generate more solar energy. And what do you think, with this scheme, how will this support the DISCOMs going forward in managing not only their demand that is coming up, but also how this will also support accelerating the adoption of electric cooking? So this is a general question I would like to request all our panelists to address. But coming back to Professor Parekh, ma'am, what's your take on what should be the right policy support given to DISCOMs going forward to address these challenges which are which has come from DISCOM expert and also from Mr. Majumdar?
Yeah, so we are dealing with many transformations now. Electric vehicles for transport transformation, smart metering, and solar energy is actually, when you talk about power sources, the power generation, then solar power may facilitate electric cooking somewhat. You mentioned district cooling. So now we have to totally integrate many different methods, many different concerns, many different technologies, and prosumers is one more. But I think that the Delhi example is not the best one, as you rightly pointed out, because as Delhi customers are also not that much keen that they will use it. I think it would be somewhere where there are new developments are taking place, and putting transmission lines is not the issue, and LPG reaching there is an issue, and there are prosumers. So one should think of new types of situations where we need to progress further. But I was also, for your next intervention, do you see smart metering helping you with load management, which you will need very soon, and time of use pricing? Are you able to, you thinking about that or not?
Thank you. And let me go to Mr. Vashni. Mr. Vashni, your thoughts around these challenges and how RE integration is going to also play a key role in accelerating the adoption.
Yeah.
And supporting the DISCOM. Over to you.
These challenges open new areas also, like out-of-box thinking and policy advocacy for, say, P2P trading. If that happens, most of the time you will see that vehicles are, the analysis says that more than 50% of the vehicles don't utilize their charging during the day. Hardly running for 10% or 20% of the capacity. So during those times where the peak time is there for you, for discoms, these vehicles can be a V2G source to the grid. Without strengthening any other transmission or distribution, same electricity, same capacity can be used for that. Similarly, P2P trading. During the day, PM Muft Bijli Yojana, so many people will be storing their renewable energy in their batteries, which they have already something in their house. They can also supply electricity. Then discoms also can go for distributed storage also during the day, because 500 gigawatt renewable target will give ample electricity during the day, which will not be consumed. You see in Germany and many other European countries, during the day they are paying for using the electricity, negative pricing. So to avoid that situation, we can have these methods, and moreover, e-cooking can be subsidized by government also, because it becomes an import substitute for gas and other things. So only thing is to policy advocacy with proper justification. Then even if we go for like distributed cooling, this can be done through concentrated solar power also, solar thermal also. And it can be like additional revenue stream. It can be it is a capex investment, but over the next 50 years it will give returns. So revenue based per unit cooling charge or something can be adopted. And installing new cooling lines is not a problem. Like we have seen that PNG has been installed, it is just like even less thicker pipeline than that. So minus 3 degrees centigrade cooling water is going to flow, and it is insulated. So these challenges throw up very practical, implementable solutions, and if utilized properly, they can increase the revenue of the discoms also. And even carbon credits can also be incorporated through this. Thank you.
Thank you. These are very, very valid suggestions that you have put forward, Mr. Vashni. And V2G is, one of the areas which will, going forward, vehicles not only demanding power, but also, supporting the grid in their peak time is going to be a key area that the DISCOMs should look at. And Mr. Nari already talked about the district cooling and cooling as a service, that DISCOMs can get into, and that could be an additional source of revenue and as well as relief to the grid. So, and peer-to-peer as well. So let me go to Mr. Majumdar, over to you for your thoughts on these challenges.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. I have one observation, and I want to share it with all the stalwarts and the sectoral veterans. See, we are adding a lot of capacity for power generation, but how much of it is farm power generation? Because our power grid stability, which Rajan Sahab also was telling, that finally, and Gopalji was telling, that finally the grid infrastructure has to be stabilized, and there is a base load versus peak load difference. This is itself, it is a challenge. With that, we need stable power, clean power generation. We have nuclear in our bracket. Now, hydrogen can be a good clean power solution, but how hydrogen is going to be prepared? Now, you know that India produces almost all of it as percentage-wise, it is grey hydrogen, most of it. Maybe a couple of percentages comes from cleaner sources. We have our coal gasification for chemicals. If that coal gasification with carbon capture is used for power generation, IGCC, we have integrated gas combined cycle. NTPC, Netra started this venture long back. NTPC has a nuclear cell, so they are actually progressing leaps and bounds in the farm clean energy generation. So while the renewable wind and solar will be there, the solar photovoltaic is very intensive. You know that for every megawatt you need 5 acres. How many 5 acres you are left with? So you have to maximize the output generation from each area, inch and hectare of area that India is left with. So clean farm power generation and stabilizing grid, there will be renewable power, but relative proportion of the farm power like nuclear, IGCC, clean coal, and advanced hydrogen through IGCC possibly will open up more possibilities. And upkeep, do we have monitoring and maintenance personnel for say 800 gigawatt if we end up creating by 2035? Do we have the capability to monitor their performance at proper PLF and CUF based on what kind of generation facility it is? We are looking at huge data that has to be evaluated, and the power generation infrastructure performance has to be monitored. So where are the professionals? So that is another set of investment that we have. Educated professional, full-time professional has to be engaged for this monitoring and evaluation and keeping it in good health. So creating a expensive asset and utilizing it to the fullest. That is possibly the way forward. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Those were very insightful points, and particularly highlighting the requirement of skilled workforce going forward, for all the new technologies coming in and supporting the grid and disrupting the overall systems. But we need people to manage that. So I think there's a very dire need to have the right skilled force. So last but not least, I'm going back to Mr. Narya. So Gopalji, over to you for your insights on this.
Thank you, ma'am. Regarding this PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, that's a really very interesting and very well thought scheme. Well thought scheme in the sense, what is there? We are generating energy through so many different means, just like hydro, nuclear, coal, so many solar installation. We have lots of solar farms. Almost all means are in full force. There is a massive thrust. Then why this scheme? So one biggest consideration what we as a distribution utility could foresee is the biggest challenge, particularly in electrical energy sector, is a political schemes for free bijli. So that's solution to that problem. So that's the first. The second one, very important, I will just quote one example. Recently I visited one village. It was a village of around 2,000 population. There was 4 transformer of 100 kVA in that village, and the monthly billing was 10,000. So you can understand what is happening in the rural sector. Now this scheme is particularly targeting 1 crore household up to 3 kilowatt, having a consumption of 3 kilowatt. So beyond that it can be covered in the existing schemes. So that's where the Pradhan Mantri vision is covering the major root cause of the sector. Means I have to lay long transmission line. Earlier, before I engaged with BSES, I used to work in one state electric distribution company for almost 20 years, and I know in the rural area, it is totally a free service for any utility. It's not only free service, there are a lot of real praise in terms of people are even just the wires, keeping our electrical equipment safe, even in the pole, is just very difficult part. Maintaining service is another challenge. And the cost, there is no commercial at all. So that scheme is very important in in that sense. So far in the Gujarat, if we consider Gujarat, I have so many different reference. Even some of the relatives, they stay in the Gujarat, and they say that out of the 12 months, almost 4 months, they need not to pay any rupees to the distribution company, and in the reverse, with only 3 kilowatt installation, they are getting around 30 to 35,000 rupees return because of surplus energy. So the another important part it covers is the vision of the present government for improvement of the livelihood of agriculture, the people associated with the agriculture. So that gives the different dimension altogether. So that's very important. So far in Delhi, we have a very tall target. Delhi government has around 2,500 megawatt target in all form of renewable support. So far, it's not possible to have a wind or any alternate means. We have the waste to energy plant, that too is considered in the same segment, clean energy, green energy segment. But solar, still we have a huge potential because there is vast land available in a green belt. Unfortunately, policy is a problem, and the form of the political system is not supporting the faster adoption. So far, we are able to touch around 200 to 205 megawatt altogether, all discom. So in that sense, this scheme is really very interesting, and it is in the benefit of all the stakeholders. May it be the people across the country, may it be urban or rural, because ultimately the entire segment, because it is the ARR, annual revenue requirement, and the tariff will be decided based on that. So if we are able to cover the large segment which is consuming free power through this scheme, and the vote bank is freed from that nuisance, so it will altogether will give different dimension to the subject. So in that way, we will be most happy if it progress as desired. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naria. So any last thoughts by any of our speakers before we end the session today?
Yeah, I would like to put two more points. Like Mr. Majumdar said about hydrogen. Hydrogen can be made from waste also. No need to go for fossil fuel, coal or anything. And this will eliminate our waste landfill sites also. And best part is it can be very much cheap also. Maybe around or less than the price of grey hydrogen. So only thing is we have to do things like that. Pilots have to be made and then they have to be scaled up also. Like if we make biomethane from wet waste, we can use the slurry to feed it to algae, and same water can be of good quality if we put RO also. So water usage is also, recycling is also very much required. Most of the India is at the brink of water disaster. So in this way, you will get hydrogen also from algae, from the biomass, and from the biomethane also you can make hydrogen through SMR. You can feed the biomethane in the pipeline, and the refineries or wherever there is, they are using natural gas for making grey hydrogen. They can use that equivalent amount at least for making green hydrogen. And they already have steam methane reformers in their factories and in their refineries. Similarly for fertilizer plants. And for small scale also, there are SMRs available now. So this was one part. And the other thing is, this gives a good scope for discoms also to have promote the community, like the users, like hotels which have laundry requirement for heating, cooling and cooking, and similarly hospitals also, they require heat for various things and cooling also. So if they go into this concentrated solar thermal and solar power, and with thermal storage, you don't need to have battery storage, so much battery storage. This thermal storage can cater to a lot many requirements of various time periods, peak shifting and other things, and without increasing the capacity, total installed capacity. Same capacity can be used in a more efficient manner, because for say heat to electricity conversion and then doing cooling and heating, it is a 70-80% loss of efficiency. And moreover, it will give them good renewable obligations also, satisfying their renewable obligations also. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Professor Parekh. And then
one question ma'am raised, I just forgot to answer that. It was about TOD, time of the day tariff. TOD. So particularly, this is not a new concept. Down the line, 30 years before, it was in practice. But one thing, very important thing we need to understand is, yeah, it needs a good mixture of consumer. I mean, it needs an industrial consumer and domestical, because industry has a flexibility because it contributes a huge cost to their product. Energy is one of the biggest input. So they have an interest to shift their load. But so far in Delhi, almost 85% consumer are residential, and their need is altogether different. They don't have flexibility. Their primary consideration is for their essentials, and they can't sit. Just like yeah, for EV, we are working with various stakeholder policy makers, how to make it, see, it is in initial stage. Government is just interested in promoting manufacturing and adoption. So today we are not putting major thrust on the demand flexibility of electrical vehicle, but there is a huge potential. I understand because, yes.
But going forward, as I understand, Mr. Naria, correct me if I'm wrong, the Government of India has also announced that going forward, when the smart metering is in place, they will be introducing time of day for residential as well.
It is already there in Delhi.
For the residential customers.
For commercial, it is mandatory.
Yeah, commercial, industrial, I understand.
And for residential, it is voluntarily, anybody can have.
Okay, it's a voluntary thing.
See,
yeah.
You are absolutely right. So far, the rest part, except the metro city is concerned, because space is a big problem in the city like Delhi. So very few people has a rooftop available for solar. Yeah,
Community, like
more,
they can have a fixed land.
Even then, Delhi has a huge capacity because huge number of government and commercial setup. Right. Almost all of this. Almost you will be happy to learn that almost all the Delhi government school has adopted solar system. And one or two more things.
Yes,
we are working together, even though we know this challenge, but we are working with Delhi government, central government, and we are sure that we are going to find solution for all these problems. So you need not to worry. And the one very important, we will welcome almost all the stakeholders, particularly in modern energy cooking forum people. We are supporting so many different initiatives, particularly associated with some good social cause like energy efficiency, and this is also, as I said, is a green and clean cooking, because that's very essential for the concentrated place like Delhi, because it doesn't matter in a rural area with small population if they are cooking by any means, it won't affect the environment, but in Delhi it definitely affects. So if we adopt electrical cooking, that's the only way we can improve environment within the city. So we can support after adoption of these devices by various customers in Delhi. We are supporting Bureau of Energy Efficiency in adoption of 5-star air conditioner, BLDC fan, lightning. The LED lights mission was began in the Delhi, and we were the first DISCOM to adopt 52 lakh LED adoption at the PASA before the scheme was launched at a national level. So likewise, we also support any energy efficient product, electrical product. We provide them space for promotion of their product. We invite them for our customer engagement program, and there are separate setup by Delhi Regulatory Commission. Within that norms, we can even sell the product also. but not on commercial scale, because all the benefit will be passed on to the daily customer, and basically we don't want to show that this commercial activity is our priority. But we will support this type of initiative considering the social cause of the projects. So we will welcome almost, I mean, we welcome all the team member. Even if anybody is interested to have any workshop with our customer, let us know. We are interested, basically. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naria, and a big round of applause for all our experts panelists here today. So, our expert panelists highlighted the requirement to have a right roadmap going forward for a larger adoption of electric cooking. And, for DISCOMs, as they're grappling with their peak load management and going forward with the vehicle load integrating more demand coming in. And electric cooking, of course, is going to be an additional source of revenue, but also, will require a more strengthened grid to be able to supply reliable power. And technologies like our panelists mentioned that are going to play a key role in supporting the DISCOMs going forward with the thermal storage and battery storage playing a key role, vehicle to grid kind of technology supporting the peak, peer-to-peer technologies where the solar power can be managed and the peak can be shifted, and fuels like hydrogen, nuclear playing a key role. And having the right policies for faster adoptions is key, and having the right skilled workforce is also one of the key highlight that is required for any kind of change and transition we are looking for. And last but not the least, our customers who are going to be the key players in this kind of transition and faster adoption. We need them to be better engaged, and a major behavioral change is required, where again I see that DISCOMs can play a key role because they are connected with the customers on a monthly or daily basis. So with that, it comes to, I think, end of the program, the panel today here. And thank you so much for joining us. And I think that's the last session. So over to MECS for closing. Thank you.
Thank you. It was really an insightful session. Call Dr. Nick Russo to please come and deliver closing remarks and way forward for today. So.
Sorry? No, it's fine. Okay, I sense that people want to get off. I'm sure we've all got other things to do. But I want to make sure we thank the Finovista team. This has been an amazing event. It's taken this MEC forum to a new level, and I'm incredibly impressed. I'm sure there's things that could be improved for next time. Next time it'll be over 3 days or a week or something amazing. But I think there's the community that have been brought together, and the dialogue that we've had has been so powerful and so productive. And I've got my own reflections, but I don't want to trouble you with those. So can we all just give a big vote of thanks to Finovista, please? And thank you everyone for your time. It's been really valuable. Thank you.